Yeah. So I don't need another motion, right?
No, the board just exited executive session and is now entering open session.
Okay, so we'll start with some announcements. Earth Day, we have our annual townwide cleanup, April 19th. You can pick up trash bags and gloves at the town office building, the library, and also the food mart. Second announcement is that the town opioid working group is, they've distributed a public survey. It's available online, and hard copies are available at the town office building, library, and food mart. And there's also collection boxes if you fill out a copy. And finally, a call for volunteers. There's a complete list of openings on our website on the volunteer tab from the home screen. Regular business, item A is public comment. Anybody wishing to make a public comment, either online or in person? Okay. Let's see, why don't we skip ahead to action item A, which is a request for approval of a one-day liquor license. This is a private event, April 12th from 1 to 6. There was something, we had a handout on it, right?
Yeah, actually something over
So this requires that a firefighter stand by. And are you having food as well?
Yes.
And the health agent didn't see, you talked to the health agent about that?
And there's.
Yeah, signed up in front.
I know, but he didn't, there's no content or, just. So you talked about your plans with him? What you'd like to do is-
Falls on the big week last week.
Right,
We're trying to get this out.
yeah. I just want to make sure they. So the issue is when they're selling food, is that correct, or?
But we're not selling anything.
Okay,
It's just my
Is that
mom's
the issue that he has to approve as it's being sold or just served?
Yeah, no, just so. Yeah.
And you have to-
Exactly.
All right, so 40 to 50 people,
It's more like 40.
40, and you have the, call it tip certified or?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I have bracelets for people that are old enough to drink.
Mhm.
I mean, most of them are 50 plus. There's
Yeah.
only,
It's the 80th birthday party, right?
yeah.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
my kids are pretty much the
Yeah,
only ones that are gonna.
any questions, Chris? Okay,
Any other events that would be impacting with parking on that time? But the first thing, let me back up. This says the 12th, Max's email says the 13th, so I think you gotta clarify the date.
So,
I'm assuming the 12th, we can
Yes.
put that in.
yeah, it would be that Saturday.
Saturday as well.
Yeah. But there's nothing going on anywhere in the building.
So even the ball fields, I mean, that could take up the parking.
It could, but I assume with this parking here.
Okay.
Yeah, people for the ball fields don't park here.
Last question, does she need a facility use?
She's already filled out.
Okay, well, then yes, I just didn't know.
Well, the reason is we didn't want to confuse the two because you guys don't approve that, so we just didn't include it.
Thank you.
You know, good.
um. Questions on, Rick, do you have anything? Right? Motion?
Yeah, go ahead, Rick. I'll make a motion to approve the one-day liquor license permit for April 12th, use in the annex.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, you all set?
Have fun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your birthday, your mother.
Thanks. Can't wait till it's over.
Oh, don't say that. Hey.
I'm planning. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's return to the next item, which was item B, town manager updates.
All right, so we received two proposals for audit, both highly qualified firms. The price in either case is significant increase. We knew it would be, but perhaps more than we bargained for. To be conservative, I've carried in the draft budget to be reviewed later tonight, the higher of the two amounts. If you feel that, you know, both are equally qualified, obviously price is a consideration, and but I felt that preserves your option, assuming you have interviews April 17th. If you end up going with a lower cost, we would just make that amendment on the floor of town meeting. So really, I guess we'll talk about that later in the budget section, but just so you're aware of my rationale of carrying the higher of the two amounts.
Seems like percentage wise, a pretty widespread, if it's
Yeah.
based on well, I guess it's an R, oh, it is an R.
It is our,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
But just to be clear, both proposals no proposals were received by the deadline.
Mhm.
So we reached out to the firms that we sent it to ask why they hadn't submitted. And the answers we got were that they had looked at what we paid in the past and felt that their services would be out of budget. I said, we're aware that we've been paying less than market for a while. And so we're aware that there's gonna be a significant increase. And so they both agreed to send us proposals, and I had asked them to get them by April 1st. So that's, so we got one last week and one on Tuesday afternoon.
So April 17th is the date we're gonna shoot for interviews. Would it make sense for us, I mean, we haven't interviewed for this, you know, this particular responsibility before. Would it, I mean, it would be, I'd be interested in having some conversation beforehand as to what are we looking for, how can we differentiate? And maybe everybody else is comfortable with that, but I'm not.
No, I think that's good. We want to be organized.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just shoot from the hip, so. Yeah, I mean, I think if you all have questions you want to send to me individually, I can put together a slate and then maybe recirculate it. And I don't know, Jenny, if there's something on the listserv you could put out for questions to other communities that asked the auditors during the selection process.
I think some of the associations might put something out there as well, so I'll look into it.
Yeah, but definitely
That would be
we'll
helpful.
come in with a, you know, with specific questions.
Yeah.
And you circulated these proposals to us already.
I didn't, no, I will, but with all the information
Yeah,
that was
okay.
thrown out for tonight.
So that
I
would be
didn't wanna
helpful.
Muddy the water, so I'll send those around tomorrow.
Yeah, and if Jenny does have questions, if those could be part of it, I think that would help us.
Actually, it might be Monday with the MVP,
That's fine.
so I'll send them around.
Okay.
The other one, I just put together a quick memo, just so you kind of know what's ahead. It's obviously gonna be a really busy few weeks, so I just want you to be aware and ideally, we cannot take on too many new things in the next few weeks, because just doing the FinCom booklet and so forth, we're really up against it, so.
That and the ratings call.
Ratings call next Wednesday, the questions, I mean, it's 4 pages, it's similar to, it's a big deal. It was a big deal the last time, it's a big deal this time, we'll be well prepared, but it's something we need to be focused on, and it's a big deal.
Is that annual or?
No, it's only when you issue new debt,
Okay,
yeah, is when you get rated, otherwise they just carry forward your rating.
Yeah.
And if you don't have active debt, you actually have to pay a fee to continue to be rated, because normally it's built into the check.
Well, Moody's does, but you don't get a fee
From Standard & Poor's, yeah, we pay a fee to Moody's, to be rated. The ratings call is with S&P. So we have a call.
you've got a rating fair?
Yeah, we got a remote meeting with Hilltop on Monday to basically preview and we've been working with Cambridge Trust to get some input from them on. So I think we'll be well prepared.
Okay, is that it?
I think that was it for updates, yes.
Okay. Next item is department updates and discussion. So you want to update us on the animal control?
Yeah, so we had carried a kind of a arbitrary number in the budget I put out on February 13th. We weren't very far along with negotiations. We had tried to start earlier in the process. I think it was right around, the beginning of January, but as you know, they're on a later budget cycle than we are. There was some dragging of feet. We finally, we were able to really kind of press things, and we had some very substantive negotiations over the past 2 weeks, and that's what you see is. I left out all the gory details of back and forth, but I think the bottom line is something that I'm prepared to recommend, and we did get some, I think, very interesting data on calls. I think all of this, warrants more review to really understand what's behind it. But I think for my recommendation, and we're not here tonight to ask you to approve an IMA, that would be closer to June 30th, because we got to work out all the details. This is just the budget number. But what we're recommending is that we do a 1 year rather than a 3 year, and that we make a commitment and that they make a commitment to work together over the summer and early fall to really dig into this. I put some specific things into some of the email correspondence with them about wanting to have regular reporting to Chief Dwyer, because right now it's kind of episodic. And we would like to exercise more management, if not oversight, at least transparency, so that there's like weekly or bi-weekly reports that go to the chief that he could share with us, to give us more transparency. Because right now this is interesting data, but we don't have like a finger on the pulse other than when there's a dog bite or something specific. We do say, and I told, Ethan that we're delighted with the animal control officer. We think she does a great job, but if we're resting so much on call volume, we really need much more, week in, week out transparency on that resource. So I think for a 1 year term, it's good. I think, I was clear in one of the recent emails I sent to him that we will be evaluating our options, not just with regard to Newbury Port, but other potential ways we can provide this service starting in FY 2027.
So I was surprised that the call volume is as high compared to Newburyport. I would think that, the number of people in Newburyport and,
But we have more animals here, right? Things like that.
well, I don't know. I mean, it's just interesting.
Well, and he did say on one of the calls that Jenny and I were on about a week ago that this is just calls. It doesn't say there was like, this could be anything from
This
like
is not like.
1 minute call to like an actual response, qualitative stuff
Okay,
that isn't shown here.
okay. So it's almost like we need to put together the matrix and have them fill it out.
Well, and I mean, if you go back to 2019, which was my first year working on one of these, we were looking at a variety of metrics. We were looking at the population, land area, linear miles of road, number of barns. Like, we had a lot of metrics to try to come to some kind of like, what's the objective basis? And we didn't have any call volume data. That's evolved more recently. But I pointed out to Ethan in the recent, I said, we need to look back at those metrics as well, because, those are all objective things. So really, we were given we were looking to get to a budget number for FY 26, which is the 36,421 that put in the budget. But there's a whole lot of backstory. I didn't put that all in here because it wasn't material relevant. We need is the number for
Yeah,
now.
it's good. So we don't need, you're not looking for action.
No, just when we get into budget later tonight, I wanted you to understand why that's fair.
Good. Okay, item D, board commission committee updates, updates from the planning board meeting and public hearing held on April 1st.
They did refer out they closed the hearing on the ADU bylaw, favorably
Okay.
recommended that.
Yeah.
The MBTA, we do have that on later tonight, so I don't know if you want to get into that then, but there were some changes that they, when they voted the bylaw, they incorporated most of what was in the red line review at the public hearing, but not all. So I don't know if you want to get into that now or later, but.
Yeah, so I guess I have a question for Jen or you, if something was redlined in the bylaw in the public hearing, can that be changed subsequent to that? There was an item that was targeted to be deleted, and the planning board voted to not delete it last night or Tuesday night.
I mean, you can always edit things on town meeting floor, that's always an option. As for what was presented by the planning board,
it is what's presented by the planning board.
I think there's a procedural concern.
Yeah, because this was a public
This was
hearing
outside,
still.
the public hearing was closed on March 18th with a form of bylaw in front of them with this struck through.
Yeah.
I think it's a procedural concern to, after the close of the hearing, 2 weeks later,
Change.
to, you know, and that was why on March 18th, I recommended they keep the hearing open till April 1st, but they didn't.
Yeah. So is it important for us to get clarity on that, or should
Yeah.
we just?
Yeah, I'd rather know than have the AG kick it back, because when Jim has to, if it passes and he has to submit this so-called form 7 to the AG. He's got to submit documentation of every step, and he's gonna need to submit what was in front of them at the hearing, what was approved at town meeting, and if it wasn't changed on the floor of town meeting, the AG is. I mean, unless they happen to overlook it, but
Yeah.
in my experience, they're pretty thorough in their review. And there's the other issues of the HLC revisions, which the planning board opted not to include. Where HLC has told us plainly they will be looking for those changes, so whether it's the right decision to. Not take those up as floor amendments, I think is a legitimate item of debate.
Okay, so can we move ahead with the FinCom and make a recommendation on this, or should we?
We'll get to that later tonight, I think you could recommend it as they have referred it, or you could do something else.
Okay. The specific thing that they were gonna strike and didn't was the, a waiver around affordable housing. And I think you had signed off by the time they started talking.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I was wondering when I saw there was a note about it, and,
Yeah.
I didn't know, I didn't know, but I
Yeah,
was
so-
amazed that I missed that, so.
Yeah, yeah,
All I know is any modifications on the floor of town meeting on that one article are gonna be a disaster.
And that was kind of where they were coming from. But
but this, I mean, I think this is pretty important.
But yeah, if you can't do it, you don't amend it on the floor of town meeting, it's gonna kick back anyway, so.
Okay,
I think we'll be seeing this in the ball.
all right, anything else on this?
Yeah, we'd hate to see the whole bylaw, if it passes the town meeting, we'd hate to see the whole bylaw get kicked out.
it wouldn't get kicked out. What would happen is the state would issue a conditional compliance letter
Okay.
with regard to MBTA. With regard to the AG, they're not gonna be worried about the HLC items. They may be worried about this other item that Wendy's talking about, the inclusionary, procedurally. So, but I think getting a conditional compliance letter that requires another vote of town meeting is really not what we're aiming for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, action items, we've already completed A, item B, we're gonna delay till after the FinCom meeting.
and just so the other board members know, we have let the, climate change resiliency committee know that's gonna come up after the joint meeting, and we'll get notified in 15 or 20 minutes before that comes up.
Item C is a request for review and approval of the grade and step schedule for FY 26.
This is basically to ask the board to formalize, the recommendation for a 3% non-union COLA for next year.
Any questions on this? Chris? Rick?
We already embraced it last week in the next session.
So, yeah, I moved to apply 3% COLA for FY 26 to the, salary wage grade and steps schedule.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item D is review and referral of revisions to sections of the proposed FY 26 operating budget. These are changes that were made since approved on the 13th of February.
Yeah, so they're shaded in the form of budget, so I didn't know if there's, if you want to take these individually or just if there were questions. A couple of these, yeah, we haven't talked about before, so I'm happy to allow.
All right, if there are any we haven't talked about. we can just-
Yeah, so the select board professional technical, I had reduced the request on that. But what happened is we had some survey work done about a week and a half ago, which I left off tonight because there's too much, but, out of Cherry Hill, because there was an encroachment. The bill came in last week and I said, this is why we carry this amount. We don't know what we're gonna, it was $1,800 or whatever it was, but. When I was preparing the budget in February, I was like, geez, we really haven't used that much, maybe I should trim it. But I just think there's enough variables that having under, you know, having that $10,000, it's not a big amount, and I think it would be prudent to, so it was brought forward at 5,600. That was the recommended amount, but the 10,000 is where it's been for a number of years, and so my recommendation is that we restore the 10,000.
And that's typically fully spent.
Well, if you look back, it's varied, like FY 22, it was 4,000, then it was 8961. Then FY 24, it was 18,181. I can't remember what drove that. Year to date through February 11th was 3863. That's why I kind of trimmed it.
Yeah.
But I can see that's probably gonna be, you know, $8,000 or more before June 30th.
Is there, you know, you refer acknowledgement of the significant breadth for the board's actively anticipated policy agenda. Is there anything in particular that?
Well, I think about things like I mean, you know, legal services are separately budgeted, things like survey or, you know, you could even do appraisals. It's really anything that's like.
Yeah.
So, but no, nothing
Okay,
specific.
well, I was just wondering, because
Yeah.
it suggests to me that there was something that.
No, just the fact that there's new things coming at us every day, so.
Yeah, okay, all right. So,
Just one comment to that, when you look at your summary list, it just says select board budget. I'm getting a little personally tired of people on Facebook saying that you ought to cut out pay. So, no, we're overpaid and we're responsible to them, it's not the other way around, the amount of vitriol. I mean, the pay is tremendous, I can show it here, it's right here. I just think that they should be noticed at town meeting, I'll put a hold on line item if I have to say, we don't get a penny.
Mhm.
We don't get any compensation, so please.
Different.
You know
That's
what,
what I was thinking.
you know, what people who are making those comments, that dollars on it, that they don't attend town meeting.
No, they do, because I know some of them.
Really?
Yeah, and a lot of people think we're making pay, and we're not, and it's irritating as heck. To be critiqued in a negative fashion, when we're making too much, so,
Right.
Well, they didn't listen to the discussion then, when there was discussion about the Board of Water Commissioners, because I know in that discussion, it was specifically said that no other board or committee.
you're probably correct that they don't listen to those discussions, yes.
Okay, all right.
Too busy spewing their other
All
stuff.
right, all right.
So, you know, in the interest of time, all this is gonna come up with FinCom in a few minutes, so maybe we should.
Okay,
Just go through them at
I'm
that
just going
point.
by the highlighted part.
No, I know,
All right,
it's just,
so-
I know we only got 4 minutes, so.
So we don't need to review warrant article revisions either, right?
I don't think so, it's all gonna come up, I don't think there's anything that's in the warrant articles that's, I mean, we'll be talking about the transfer amounts, I've got information I'll present, you know, with the FinCom here on that.
Should we try to move through, we still have 5 minutes.
We got the police detail.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, policy.
Yeah.
So hopefully the intent is self-explanatory.
Yeah. So will there be a new form that has to be developed for this? Or,
I mean, I think in the immediate term, an email,
Okay.
you know, anything in writing, but I think it might be good to
We have
have.
a form at the station
Okay.
that we can copy,
Okay,
but for utilities and like such as National Grid and Verizon,
Mhm.
those are scheduled. I'm not sure those are gonna be paid ahead of time, but
it's not paid ahead of time, it's an acknowledgement of financial responsibility. No, it's not paid ahead of time.
And a signature, of whoever
Yeah.
passed it.
Yeah, just so someone's affirmatively saying, yes, I am aware there's a detail and I intend to pay it.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, so that's what we have, we have authorized.
But it's not always applied to, like, the planning board meeting is what this,
Yeah,
because it was an 8-hour detail, because the meeting was 4 hours. And so I'm paying that. out of my-
so in your form, does it say whether it's 4 hours or 8 hours?
It all depends on what some details go until they end, which
Right, but
not
is there,
everything is kind of dry, but it will generally say a start time and an end time if you know.
I'm just wondering if on the form it's as explicit, anything up to 4 hours is this much, anything over 4 hours is this much, just so people are aware.
Would you not need authorization to go over the time? I guess. That's-
Well, in this instance, I would have, if I'd been asked to sign something, I would have authorized up to 4 hours. And instead of making the comment I made to the chair in the meeting, saying, hey, we're coming up on 4 hours here, I would have said, we need to end this because we're coming up on 4 hours here. And so that we wouldn't have gotten to 4 hours and 10 minutes and then charged for 8 hours under the contract, which is totally their right under the contract, but we've had other instances too.
Yeah, I think there have been
Surprises after
people
the fact.
for special events that have needed a police detail and didn't understand that they had to pay for it,
Yeah,
you know, so
Yeah.
I think this would be a good thing.
yeah.
So any further discussion on this change to policy?
No.
Let me make a motion.
Yeah, I move that we accept we accept the policy regarding, the amendment to the, police detail, or public safety policy. Yeah, that's good.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thanks.
Okay. And the next item is request to, withdraw the prior shared streets and spaces grant application. Any questions on this, Chris?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
I did get a response yesterday from the state office. They said it's gonna be April or May before they make awarding decisions. So it would be, and we just know from experience, it's often 8 to 10 weeks after you receive a grant before you have an executed grant contract, and you can't obligate those funds until you have a signed contract, and you can't pay out of the grant anything that was obligated before you have the contract. So it would delay it till next summer, which I think would be a shame, so,
We already funded it. I think the intent was to do it. This was,
yeah.
I was gonna say, could you apply for it?
Yeah, no,
It's
there's
just
no,
if it
no harm
happened
in
in
applying,
Dovetail.
but the timing, didn't really work out, so.
Good idea to pull it back, so.
All right, we don't have to make a motion. 'Cause we're-
No, I think I'll just plan to respond to the email that I got from Amber yesterday, and just let her know we'll take ourselves out, but we look forward to applying in the next round.
So it's interesting, that we don't need to, I mean, we made a motion and voted on it to apply for the grant.
So you authorized the application,
Right,
so
so,
you didn't submit the application.
yeah, no, I understand it, but I guess it seems to me for, it's not.
You could
Yeah.
vote.
Nah, it's not that I
Yeah.
wouldn't necessarily want to vote, it just seems like closing the loop, we authorized if we're not gonna follow through. with it.
I certainly wouldn't withdraw it without your consent,
Right,
so.
yeah, yeah, and I'm not suggesting that was the
Yeah.
case, but anyway.
There would be no way that they could, if we left it, approve it and compensate us for funds we paid.
No,
Okay.
no, it's always, it's clear. in the
Can't do
state.
any work until you get the grant.
Anything committed prior to the grant contract. That's why things like the MVP grant was delayed so much, because we had the notice of award and we couldn't actually sign the contract with the vendor until we had the grant, which was 10 weeks.
I'm just making sure we're not withdrawing. They said, oh, we're just gonna approve you for that.
Yeah, I mean, I could have a conversation with her and explain the circumstances. And say, hey, we're going out to bid, because we're not actually gonna award a contract on this until sometime in May, so I can have a call with her.
I think it's cleaner just to let it come out. I mean,
I don't have a problem with that, but I mean, either way, but.
I wouldn't mind having you have that.
Yeah, but unless it's like, unless all the stars align.
Right, it seems unlikely, but it's a big chunk of money and if there was a way to.
Yeah, and I would wanna, if we're gonna withdraw, I would wanna let them know before they award the contracts, because I wouldn't want them to award it, freeze out some other eligible
Yep,
project, and then be like, oh, never mind, I'd rather proactively, but I can get that resolved in the next week, so.
But I mean, we have other projects that would be eligible coming up that
We
aren't.
do, I mean, I think we're gonna have a lot of projects, the library town hall crossing, the next middle high school crossing. So I think we're gonna be in good stead with this program, so, even if we got it here, I think we'd be kind of depriving those other projects, we'd just be going back to the voters for those, but.
Yeah. So we just wanna leave it up to Angus to proceed however. he sees fit.
I would make the phone call first, and I don't think you're gonna get a positive.
Yeah, I don't either, but I'd like to at least go that
You need
far.
to find out.
And then if not, if it's not positive, then just, withdraw.
Okay, but he doesn't have to come back to a meeting.
No,
Okay, great, thanks.
All right. you waiting on Dan?
No, we're, this is it, 4 of us, we got a quorum, so
Okay.
we're ready to go.
Okay. So it looks like there are probably people here to listen to the, MBTA communities item, FA. So if anybody is waiting around to listen to this discussion on the upcoming select board meeting concerning the MBTA communities bylaw, that will be deferred till after the FinCom meeting, probably 8 or 8:30. Okay. Well, FinCom,
Hello,
Hello,
where should we start?
we all stop hearings.
Okay. All right, so you have the packet in front of you. Unless anyone sees otherwise, I'd suggest we take things in the order they appear on the agenda. So that would start with the sections of the operating budget, beginning with dispatch, animal control, and so forth. And then get into the articles. I did talk to Mark earlier today, and he and Bob will be here for water. I told them it's unlikely those would come up before 6:30, and that if we did get there, that we would wait till they're here.
Yeah, we have other stuff. we
Yeah,
can bounce
yeah.
around,
So, but I had asked Chief Dwyer to be here, right at 6, knowing that dispatch was gonna come up first. So.
Okay. Start dispatch, right?
All right, so I had put a, memo in, because obviously the proposed change is, out more than you'd expect to see year to year. And so I put in a memo kind of explaining that. So I guess if people have read that, we can just open it to questions. There's nothing really happening on the expense line, it's the salary wage line.
Any questions from FinCom on this?
so we're not hearing anything. By the way, just as an overview, we should probably note that right now, where we're at in the general fund operating budget, there's an increase over year of 2.76.
Exclusive of education or all?
Oh, and
All in.
Right.
Well, speaking of education, it's because of the superintendent's request being cut back, that made education, I think, a little lower this year than the rest of town government, but be that as it may, just as an overview, as we go through this. I think being under 3% in this environment is actually good. So what do you want to do on dispatch then?
let me pull up that section in the budget. We are showing a proposed amount for FY 26 of $396,889. And that does include for non-union wages, an increase in the hourly rate, which we feel is appropriate based on market conditions, but also we'll get those non-union positions on the grade and step salary or wage schedule. And then for the union, we do have, we don't have a settled contract yet. So what this carries is the terms that the board had agreed earlier in the process, and that's currently in mediation.
can I ask a question? We're talking about part-time, non-union and bringing that into the equation. The cost of that, does it offset some of the dispatch overtime? Should that get reduced at some point? I mean, it's gotta be a savings coming up somewhere. Be displacing that, and also there are police who work at the same
Right.
thing on overtime.
But it comes out of the dispatch over time.
Okay,
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we don't know for sure what impact this is gonna have, maybe just go a year and then next year, because right now, it seems logically that it should, but we don't know for sure, we don't have these additional part-time dispatchers on board.
Yeah, and if you look at the last several years, especially like FY 24, actual was 32.2. Prior to that, it was just short of 27,000. It's proposed at 35,160, which is essentially a no increase from the 35,000 in the current approved, so it's the OT, now the actual is a whole different story.
Right.
As you know, the actual, we are at what percent on overtime? I think we were at over 90%,
Yeah.
maybe even over 95%. So we're definitely gonna overspend overtime dispatch this year. We have not built that in, with an adjustment in the proposed
Right,
overtime.
so
So what we're
by looking
basically
at
looking to
approved
do
last year is
hold it to
misleading.
Budgeted, exactly, yeah,
right, that's one of the problems,
as opposed to police where we did carry a very significant increase in the overtime budget. for
so
next
to answer Chris's question, it may in fact be reduced, it might be reduced to the budget
budget
amount that
level.
we're asking.
Yeah, that would be
So,
best case.
look, I think people are tending to what needs to be attended to.
But Jenny, did you have something further to add?
Well, just, that we're at 90% and that is prior to doing any retroactive,
Yeah.
changes to the.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
so are you okay with? Well, what would you propose reducing it to?
I don't know, it just seems if you're gonna bring on the part-time, there should be an
Yeah.
offset somewhere else.
Yeah.
You're funding them both and.
Well, if we're at 90% through March, and I don't know if that reflects the most recent payroll, but in round numbers.
You're gonna be over.
We're gonna be
yeah,
at,
that'll be
Oh,
over.
we will.
we're gonna be well over, and then when you calculate the revenue, it's.
Regular wages is only at 55%. So I do believe, a good portion of that will be covered with, budget transfer at the end of the year, so.
Is most of the overtime when a police officer works the dispatch instead of an employee?
No, it's,
Yes,
the
highest paid would be the
Right.
officer, but that would be the
And that gets charged to the dispatchers or?
Yeah, because they have to maintain certifications in order to be in that position.
But it could also be full-time dispatchers working additional shifts.
Yeah.
correct.
Right, it's not just police
That's the
officers.
majority of it. Yes.
Yeah.
You'd have to do a deep dive in order to understand what all the nuances are. I think you're paying good attention to this as an issue. And, we have a good finance department, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys have to comment on what you want to let out. But I thought the write-up was good, and I know that Angus has also had a lot of discussions, I think, with each of you about this issue.
Rob, I think what you said a couple of minutes ago, the goal being that we can stay within budget for next year, which I think if we can, with the increase in the part-time rate, get a deeper bench and more people who can cover those shifts at that rate, that's gonna definitely offset what we're currently paying, where we're paying an OT rate, whether that's dispatch or police is, well above the part-time rate.
Yeah, this is, getting a deep bench is gonna be beneficial over there.
Okay. Any other questions on the dispatch? Budget? Are you all right with this, Chris? Right, so that's gonna vote on it, maybe we don't need to vote on it, right?
I'll make a motion to accept the dispatch budget as presented.
Second.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? It's unanimous. No roll calls tonight.
No.
You have a nice shirt.
Thank you.
You look like you're still on vacation.
Good.
No, it's a good shirt. Good casual shirt.
All right, what's
Hold up
next?
the motion with a shirt discussion.
Animal control.
Yeah,
exactly.
You don't want to see a shirtless, no.
So we had, put together, so basically the budget number for animal control is, lower than what it carried in the initial proposed budget. This is based on, some, negotiations over the last couple of months and much more intensively in the last couple of weeks. So it's, roughly 4.5% increase from the current year. Based on, generally trends toward, call volume being, trending toward West Newbury over the last few years, but they had come in with a proposal that showed West Newbury, I mean, I don't even know, but yeah. So their initial proposal had our cost going up just over 20%. And their cost going down about 3.3%, so we said no. So we had back and forth over the course of a number of weeks, and so I think given where we've been, I'm happy to, recommend this number. One thing we covered a little bit before FinCom had convened, we are recommending a 1-year contract or IMA rather than the normal 3 years, to really give us more time to digest this information. And we talked a little bit about this with the board, that when we, if you go to prior cycles, a couple of cycles ago, back in 2019, we were looking at various metrics to try to come up with an objective split, taking into account population, land area, linear miles of road, as well as things like barns, which does drive some cost here. It's now, Newburyport's looking really exclusively at call volume. We think we need to really revisit like how it's shifted, but we didn't want to tip over the apple cart for FY26. And we thought in the context of all of this, the 4.5% or $1,500 was reasonable. We are pleased, at least at a staff level, we're pleased with the level of service we get. So that's not been the issue. It's just comes down to, so we've talked about 1 year, we've talked about revisiting in more detail the basis of the shift, and we've also talked about our objective of having Chief Dwyer be given more management transparency, because right now he's got a really good working relationship with the animal control, and the communication is very good when things happen, but we'd like to see more regular reporting. And one thing that Jenny and I learned in our meeting with the city a week or so ago is that they're giving, what did he say, weekly reports to the mayor's office.
What?
Yeah, so we're like, well, geez, we kind of like to receive those reports too, so.
So would that be put into the IMA?
Yeah, of course,
All right.
yeah. So the terms of the IMA will come before the board later in the fiscal year. This is just the budget number.
If there are weekly reports, then we can look at them every week or.
I mean, the way I said it on the call, I said, we're not looking to create extra work. But if the animal control officer is already filing reports, whether it's weekly or bi-weekly, we'd like to get those.
And we don't have to look at it necessarily.
Yeah.
The Chief Dwyer
Yeah.
would be the.
It's just more to give us more of a finger on the pulse of the calls, more on like a week in, week out, or even month in, month out, rather than like a snapshot in time where.
And you can certainly discuss this further when the IMA comes over to your desk. Do we have a motion from the planning board? Scott from the FinCom.
I make a motion to accept the animal control budget as presented. Second that.
So any further discussion?
I just had a question.
Sure.
We use the West Newbury vehicle
Yeah,
and we get compensated for that? Is that-
it's built into the, what happened is this went back 3 or 4 years. We had a police cruiser, one of the, Ford Explorers that was in the normal course of things would have been traded in. And instead we made it the animal control vehicle. And then that was built into the financial formula where it's built into the cost side, but then we're credited that same amount. So it doesn't, it's basically part of our contribution. Is that?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, that comes off.
And it physically sits in Newburyport though.
Correct, yeah.
Travels and visits.
We were ready to pass it.
So was there a second? That was the
I
end
second.
of the discussion?
Yes.
Any further? All in favor? Unanimous?
That's the only public safety item on tonight, right? Is there anything else that anyone needs to wire here for? I mean, you're welcome to stay.
None of the articles.
None of the articles.
I know, we
All
dealt
right.
with the fire stuff.
Thank you.
So,
You're free.
Our evening's now done together.
All right, what's
Free to go
next?
read some animal
Thank you.
control reports.
Sure.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. So the COLA, non-COLA, that had been, the board earlier tonight had formalized its, recommendation or inclusion of a 3% non-union COLA for FY 26. So rather than go ahead and build that into all the budget numbers, which would have been, I think, pretty confusing. I just did, basically a summary of how that will play out in those numbers. Shoot, I'm in the wrong section. And for FY 26, there is no non-COLA adjustments. There's not gonna be budget step increases or anything like that. So it's the decision was to go above the normal 2% in COLA across the board. And to take a year off from any kind of merit-based step increase type thing. So when we set the budget schedule and the reason it's listed as as COLA / non-COLA, that was knowing that it could have included that, but
So how does this affect the total bottom line?
25,859.
What does that equate to as the total? So those numbers are not in these numbers that we're looking.
Correct, but if you look at the last page of my memo, so it says the 25,859 is the bottom line impact. And that represents 0.14%, so it would increase the total year on year from 2.76 to 2.90.
Good, okay, thank you.
It's interesting that delta, the 25,000 is about what we did for. Not.
That's a good point, yeah.
Everybody gets a little. So
Right.
nice.
FinCom, you okay with that?
And
Any further discussion? I mean, it's, that's why the summary is important to know that it pops up the bottom line. But,
yeah,
is there a thing we should vote on for that?
I would say this exhibit
would
I've got
accept that
here is
exhibit?
basically an acknowledgement that
Right.
when we put this through for the
Yeah,
booklet, you're gonna see
Right.
each of these lines adjusted and the amount shown.
so do we have a motion to accept this schedule as part of the operating budget?
I make a motion to accept that exhibit to increase the budgets by the amount of the. COLA.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
All right, Medicare,
Medicare, let's see, I think. This is another one that's gonna be affected by COLA, what you just voted, because when we put the Medicare amount together, it was based on the initial. So this, it's in the budget as, oh, you know what, you don't need to, because you already voted this. The reason I had put it on is because I knew the COLA would flow through to that, because it's a percentage of total pay. You had voted an amount back on February 26th of 67,362. But with the adjustment we'll make, that reflecting the exhibit, you just voted, it'll add that
Okay.
amount to that, so I don't think you need to vote that again. Does that make sense to everyone?
So what's next for yellow items?
transfers to from stabilization.
Yeah, transfers to from stabilization, and then we'll wanna look back at the orange items.
Huh?
The orange items after FinCom, items that
Yeah,
change.
right,
Yeah.
so we should get to FinCom and then the orange items, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, well, let's do transfers first.
Yeah.
So those are as unchanged from what you've seen in prior versions. It's got the 600,000 transfer into capital from the operating budget. 200,000 drawdown from school stabilization to offset the debt service for the middle high school. And 53,775 drawdown from pension liability to offset the FY 26 pension.
had we already discussed some of these? Cause you got a couple over there already filled in, was it only the 600,000 that we hadn't discussed, or?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I know, so we should probably reaffirm all three though,
Yeah, I think that'd be good,
Okay.
yeah.
so. You or us?
You.
So a motion, so we can discuss,
Make a motion to accept the stabilization, transfers, that's the right word, in the amount shown, say, 600,000.
and then 200,000, and then,
Oh, wow.
yeah, I would do all in the motion. I mean, it's almost like a department in a way.
600. And 53,717.
And the 600 goes one way and the other two come out
Yeah, correct.
or reduce. So, do we have a second to that?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? So on the three items, all in favor? Unanimous.
Then we get to finance committee. And, yeah, the costs of printing the booklet are definitely going up. Not a big dollar amount, but, I'm recommending to go from 2,000 to 4,000.
So did we actually go over that item last year? We
Was that
couldn't.
one of the line item transfers
couldn't.
last year?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but you had run a report earlier this week, or no, must have been last week about year to date, and you got a quote. For the upcoming booklet. And it's a combination of both the length of the booklet and the number of items. Because
Yeah, no, I mean,
But you need
it's so
color.
much to get into it, but
you don't necessarily need color, although I don't know that we need color.
No.
No, it's not.
Why are bylaws more expensive?
Oh, like the
No,
MBTA is 35
Oh,
pages.
just the number of pages.
Yeah, the stormwater, it's, you add it all up, and I think the quote you got was based on an anticipated, what was the page count? 125?
yeah, as
I
opposed
mean, just a
to,
monster.
what, 60 pages?
Yeah.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the other thing is the number of booklets that we print, because, if we think we're gonna have 400 people at town meeting, we probably ought to be printing 550 booklets. Because there's the ones that you leave around town that people come take from town office, but then you still wanna have one for everybody.
Yeah.
shows up. So
Plus,
it's just-
the longer they are, the less likely it is that we print in-house, because.
Well, that's the
so
other thing.
With the fall, we would print a lot in-house, we
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
But
but
the-
with that length, I don't know that we have a stapler that can staple. I mean, honestly. like-
Jim will do it, he's got.
They need
that.
a nail gun.
I mean, I will admit, I kind of picked 4,000 like kind of out of thin air, so you could go 3,500 but I do think it.
You're gonna need more too, because you're gonna have it on 2 nights, so some people are gonna leave it at home and forget it, or have another when they come in, so.
Yeah,
It's a whole new dynamic this year.
yeah,
Yeah, and we'll deal with it, we've got 50,000 beyond that we can.
Finance
Yeah,
committee
we
can't
can
control that budget, it's up behind.
We've never seen a substitute for a phone book.
and actually, I mean, you guys haven't previously voted on the reserve fund amount, so it was unchanged from the current year, but that's something you can talk about.
Right,
That's-
well, yeah, we're gonna talk about both items.
Yeah,
And you had, again, written something about this, which, we've all read. So, did you wanna take up, them individually, since there's one thing that's a proposed increase, the other is proposed flat? So how about we take up the first one of going from 2,000 to 4,000, primarily to cover the booklets?
Okay, I make a motion to accept the budget as presented at $4,000. Expense budget, I should call it.
Well, Jim always makes it read right.
That's it.
So, any further discussion on this item?
Can I ask a question? I follow this.
Yeah, we're
now.
in joint session.
Yeah, so I guess I'm a little confused. So this expense, this extraordinary expense for printing FinCom booklets is going to be in this fiscal year.
Mhm.
And so it could be line item transfer or something like that to cover this additional expense.
Mhm.
Do we expect anything similar next year? Is that, I mean,
we
we
might
don't.
be dealing with MBTA in the fall.
Okay, so.
So remember, we don't have to spend it just because it's budgeted.
Yeah, I get it, I'm just trying to understand the thought process.
I'm hoping this is an anomaly, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking, this was an anomaly and.
You were hoping,
and,
you were hoping,
um,
yeah.
So, I mean, you could go to 3K, like, I just think something above 2,000, I would definitely recommend.
Do we import our paper at the terrace?
Yeah, you gotta take that into account.
Okay, that's fine, I just.
That's only 10% premium.
So, well, I don't know, unless it's from China. So, do we have a motion on the 4,000?
Yeah,
I think it's for 4,000.
yeah, he had a motion in a second.
Okay, good. So any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. The 50, yeah. We should discuss, because, you know, I have a sentiment, but, you know, first of all, do you want to comment on the 50? As a select board?
It seems high to me. I mean, the history is that it's very rarely used.
Right.
But it's nice.
And when we used it last year, we actually could have used the departmental budget, correct, Jen? The one time we did use it, we could have used the departmental budget, but you never know that, but that was in May or something, so we should have been able to know. I think it has to be there. It's kind of like the unexpected in the water budget, you know, it's just an acknowledgement that you might go searching for funds. Like Angus, I think, said in the memo, there's stuff that pops up where you're not gonna be able to find it in an existing line item. It might be you have to do some extra legal work, extra engineering work, so I like having it there.
Yeah, the advantage of having it there is it can be broadly applied.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
right.
So,
And it can be broadly applied, and it can be broadly applied anytime during the year, which is the big thing about it, because you can't do the line item transfers until May and June. So if you came up with something like in the fall that wasn't covered by a town meeting, you have the ability to react. So I think we should keep it. But again, as Wendy just said, I mean, we don't have a history of going there. And quite often we can actually find it in a line item transfer if the timing's right.
Did we not use it last year for the
did.
investigation?
Yeah.
Oh, cause I'm,
Right.
didn't we just, we're not seeing it again?
One of the, this is one of the things that is confusing.
It's not there.
Yeah, so one of the confusing things that drives me nuts, but I know is how it has to be, for accounting. When there's a line item transfer approved, which there was last year, it changes the budgeted amount.
Right.
So it reduces so it makes it appear that the budgeted amount for the reserve was that amount less. Let's say it was $10,000. It'll show up as the budgeted amount being 10 less, and the funds that it was transferred to show up as the budgeted amount having more. That drives me nuts because it brings it out of, you can't reconcile it with the budget people actually voted. That is correct. That is how it has to be. And there is a report Jenny can run, that's the variances report, I think, that shows encumbrances, it shows lines, so she's a report she can easily run that shows those things. But in terms of presenting the budget in a more succinct way without all of those.
Right. But
I
on
don't
the flip
like
side, on the flip side, you adjusted that line item to reflect the fact that it did get more money.
Yeah.
Which is also important.
Yeah.
Which is probably why they do it.
Yeah,
It just points out, none of these things can ever go all the way to explaining account activity.
that's for
And
sure.
that's what Jenny does for a living, is explain account activity, and, you know, so. Any regards, I think it should,
So what
So
are the
does that mean
scenarios?
I think almost every year we use
Is that-
something.
It's accurate because it's showing the current year budget. But the expended, it shows zero expended because it's not expended from there.
Okay.
It's transferred to the account, it's transferred to and then expended
it's a
from there.
mechanism to change a budget.
That's actually, we talked earlier tonight about the FY24 select board technical, that was what it was. The reason that shows up so high in 24 was exactly that,
Okay.
because it's expended from there.
And last year, I think we used it for Board of Health.
No,
Paul,
no, it was
They
the
wanted
police.
to, but.
Paul,
Oh, right,
That's
but
the
they
year
didn't
before
need
you.
to. right, they came in with a request, but they didn't end up needing.
I'm thinking more years back when they
Yeah, yeah,
asked
yeah.
for it and it was
No,
denied.
Jen, we did something last year with Board of Health.
For the landfill monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was a pretty
Yeah.
small amount.
It was
but
a
yeah,
small
you're right,
amount,
yeah.
and that was my point about actually,
Yeah.
we could have done line item transfer because they requested.
That's right,
it in May.
The long and short of it is you're gonna keep the 50 grand, you
Yeah.
never know what's coming in.
Long and short of it is, let's keep the 50, and then I think there's some other stuff to attend to tonight.
So I make a motion to accept the, line item transfer budget and the FinCom line item transfer budget of $50,000. I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous, thank you.
Itchy trigger finger.
Any other items
So
for tonight? I mean, I have to.
The orange,
just, yeah, the orange, the changes from, these are sections of the budget they've already voted.
All right, so the select board budget, you did not vote yet, right?
Well, they voted it, but not with this
Right.
change. When they voted, it was the 5,600 for professional technical. Earlier tonight, I mentioned to the board, we were doing an AP warrant about, 2 weeks ago, and there was that survey expense for the Cherry Hill survey. And it just reminded me that these things come up that are unanticipated, so I kind of had cold feet, and I said, like, maybe we'll keep the 10,000, but I don't feel like, I mean, I could go either way. I just think 5,600 isn't a lot. So I thought I would float that idea for tonight. To restore the 10,000, which is what it's been.
and this is one you have in fact gone to.
Well, it's used every year.
It's used every year.
It's just, you don't go into the year knowing how you're gonna use it,
Exactly,
so
right,
it's
but
hard to.
it's been
budget.
used, right.
It's been used in the amount shown, yeah.
So what I would offer as a peace offering is that we kept FinCom at 50, we should increase yours to 10, the select boards to 10. I think it makes sense, being higher.
It's a peace offering.
Yeah, right.
That's
Well,
what I was
I'm not
trying to
following
do.
the-
This is like for the 20% is important.
All right, vote. Come on.
I need a motion, we can't vote.
I make a motion, no, we're not doing all these oranges at once, right? We're doing line by line.
Yeah.
So I make a motion to accept the revised, select board budget of $10,000. I second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, unanimous?
Okay, finance department.
Finance department, there are a couple of changes. One is audit, and we're carrying a very conservative amount. One of the proposals came in at 39.5, the other came in at 55. I'm recommending that we carry the greater amount in anticipation that the board will select an auditing firm before town meeting, and if the board selects the lower cost firm, this amount would go down by about, by 15.5 on the floor of town meeting, but 55 is the ceiling. Just to preserve, in case there's something that distinguishes the higher cost firm. When we had proposed the budget back in February, we had put out the RFP but not received the proposals. We carried a placeholder of a $10,000 increase because we knew we were paying below market on that. We didn't expect this amount of increase, but that's the market's telling us it's somewhere between 39.5 and 55,000.
And do you want to explain the finance department expense line?
So the finance department expense, it actually changed even further since, so I'm gonna hand out. So what's driving this is the ClearGov, and we've been going around and around with them, not in a bad way, that sounds bad, not in a bad way, just as we've refined the kind of product suite. And they have a bundle discount, and so I had carried in the memo I wrote earlier this week, I carried increased 4,641 from the budget I originally presented. I met with Jenny earlier today. She was out earlier this week, so we weren't able to review it. And basically that bundle discount applies to the capital budgeting and the digital budget book, and it's at 20% because it's 2 modules, not 3. The capital project tracking is a new module that carried a 10% discount. So anyhow, what it all shakes down is, in the, budget, we would now be carrying 23,940 for the ClearGov, which would need an increase above this orange by an additional 2,409. So that would lead to, 47,109.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So basically, long and the short of it is, we had made the decision before we presented the budget to get rid of the personnel budgeting. The operational budgeting, we were still on the fence about. Or actually, we had, I think we cut it, but we hadn't accounted for that we'd lose the bundle discount, so that adjusted the numbers a little. We've since made the decision to opt into this new module, the capital project tracking, because the capital module was working very well for us. And the capital project tracking is gonna allow us to take all that, data that we've built into the capital and actually do real-time reporting, because it includes things like showing a capital project over the life of the project, from design, permitting, contract, construction, post-construction, like in real time in a very dynamic web-based setting. So if there's something like the Middle Street Bridge or the Page Pipe State Crosswalks or the Church Prospect water mains or any number of others, it's going to allow us to communicate more effectively to the public along the various stages of that, including projects that are currently in design, like the library, town hall. It's very exciting, this capital project tracking. I think it's going to really improve our communications to the public on some of the, capital projects. So we were persuaded that that was going to be a good add, the 5950, and then there is a one-time setup fee of 3240 to get that configured.
Okay, so the new number is 47,109.
47,109.
I'm looking actually at something in the open session agenda, which doesn't help because that's not what we're looking at here, but I sort of noticed this today that in the explanation in that packet of expenses, as far as I couldn't figure out a way that the numbers added up, and I'm sure there's,
It's the discounts. And I almost put in the
so-
number, these numbers are, the number in my memo, the numbers.
So
in my memo-
it was when that bundling advantage was
Correct.
dropped, okay.
Yeah,
all right,
because if you
it's a
have-
huge difference, it's like almost $9,000 difference.
So if you have 3 modules, you get a 25% discount. If you have 2 modules, you get a 20% discount. And I had thought that by adding the capital project tracking, that was a 3rd module and had applied a 25% discount to the aggregate of the 3. What I hadn't realized, even though it was in the proposal, but it is in the fine print, was the capital project tracking module had built in a 10% discount. So you don't also get it's the bundling. That's
Right.
Yeah.
Just like progressive.
But you're saying a $9,000 difference?
Yeah, that's what I'm just reading, out of the open session packet under expenses,
Yeah,
page 24 of that packet, so. There was a, projected FY 26 costs.
oh, yeah,
That's 16,890.
Right.
And then from that was subtracted 13,699 because you dropped the operational budgeting suite.
Yeah.
But then added 5950 as the capital project tracking suite, plus the 3240 one time. And they come up with, the simple math, 16,890 minus 13,699 plus 5,950 plus 3240, come up with 12,381.
right, but it's not that.
But
yeah.
then it says below 21,531, so it was such I would normally wouldn't even ask about it, but it was
Yeah.
such a disparity. that it
Yeah,
didn't make
so-
sense
so-
to adopt.
No, right, so so Jenny had carried a certain amount in her finance department budget based on a certain portfolio. Of that, 12,100 was the personnel budgeting, was that what it was, Jenny?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, so I had, when I was putting her budget into my overall budget, I had taken out 12,100. Not factoring in that by losing a module, it was gonna affect the bundle discount. And that's, so I had carried an amount in the initial proposed budget that was, not quite right. Because I had taken out the full amount and not factored in the discount changes. And then, I mean, I don't know how many calls and meetings we've had with them in the last few weeks to try to refine this, but it was just as recently as, I think it was right before you left for vacation that we connected with them and said, okay, we want to go with the capital budgeting, the budget book, and the capital project tracking. And then as recently as Tuesday night, I sent them what I had in the packet to say, is this right? Because I'm trying to do the math, but, and then it was when I met with Jenny earlier today, because she was out on vacation over the week, that she pointed out to me that I had applied the 25% to the third module, but that already had a 10%. It's very complicated how they price this stuff.
But this table is right.
This wing with the box, I actually meant to format it without all this, because this just confuses things, this is just more how we got there.
Yeah.
It's this box that is what's in the budget.
So what's the difference? Is it the 2409 or
It's-
the 4641?
It's 2409 above what's
What was?
in there, yeah.
What,
Yeah.
above what is
So
showing?
which is 7,050 above what was proposed on February 13th. So I know it's very complicated, but budgeting is,
So it's 2409 on top of 44,700.
correct.
So let's take this one up,
Yeah.
please.
47.
There's two items.
Yes, there's two items. We're taking this one up first, and then I'm gonna go to.
You can do both.
Yeah, just finance department revised bottom.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
We don't vote this because we pass the whole budget on to them. These are changes to the budget.
Yeah.
Should the select board be endorsing the changes?
You should,
I don't
yeah,
have a problem. with it.
yeah,
We haven't done any of them.
no, you haven't done any.
No, but it's.
Yeah.
All right,
like by
let's just do it
default.
at the end.
One clean.
So since it's over here now,
Mhm.
the way I'm gonna do this side of the court is let's pay attention first to this one item, which we're increasing from what you're looking at by 2409. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the adjusted finance department expenses as part of the finance budget. To a total of 44,700.
To adjust it upward by the 24.
4709.
Yeah, so Jim will take care of that.
Thank you, Jim.
We're in agreement now. And we have a second,
Second.
and any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Now on to the other one, the annual audit.
I make a motion.
Whoa. Just if you would, I just wanted to say that it's great that you get an audit done. It's great that you have one that's done fast and quick. I don't know how much value added you get as an organization to engaging an auditor. To me, it's never been, it's something you have to do, but it's not necessarily where you end up getting your best advice. So all I would say is, if you have two competent,
I totally agree with you, and
I just had to say it
Yeah,
before we
no,
took it
if
up.
I had to guess, I think the
Yeah,
lower,
But
but
you don't, you shouldn't probably say anything further,
Yeah.
but.
There
This
was,
is,
there was a time where the auditor's information was extraordinarily valuable, in a certain circumstance about 6 years ago.
yeah, and that can happen, and there's anecdotal evidence for everything in the world.
And we'd like
But
to
in
think that would never happen
general-
again.
In general, I would just strongly urge you to consider that you hire someone competent and he asks for half the money or whatever, then.
yeah, I mean, we'll get into this. one.
Yeah.
Issue of contract,
So-
but anyway, I had suggested to both of them on the interview, my interview with them, that, you know, they might wanna offer a price with a stipulation it would be changed the second year, because I think the level of effort's gonna be much
Yeah,
less,
yeah,
because our books are so
yeah,
clean.
right, they don't know that yet until they get in.
Exactly, so I think
Right.
and I think they were both clear, and Jenny wasn't part of these conversations because she stayed arm's length, but they were both clear, they were building into the pricing some unknowns, and I said, you're gonna find that we're a really easy client. So when we come time to negotiate the contract, I think you should put in a clause to allow renegotiation of price after year one, because I think either of these prices is gonna be well above. Because
Absolutely,
they're gonna come in and it's like,
and the reason I mention it only
Everything's
is
tight.
because this is the type of item that we got to explain exactly that when we go to town meeting.
yeah.
This thing is one of those things that most likely will be less than what we budgeted. And we kind of almost know it going in, and what Angus just said is important as well, so. It's just a large increase that I think we gotta be prepared to discuss. So that said, now, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the line item, in the finance department budget, for the annual audit to 55,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye, unanimous, thank you.
All right, then the last one is DPW expenses. Travel, right.
Yeah, and that's basically to account for the addition of the operator and the impact that's had on the superintendent's requirement, need to use a personal vehicle. That used to be periodic, it's now daily. And also, that travel and training line also covers the travel and training for all of the non-union personnel in that department, which is, three full-time staff, each with their professional, licensures and certifications. So it's a proposed $4,200 increase over what I had put into the initial budget, which would have been level funded, so.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve, the,
That was a good one.
4,200 increase to the, travel and training line item in the, DPW budget.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous.
All right, do you want to make a motion to approve?
Make a
all-
motion to approve all the changes in the budget as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. See how fast that was?
You did all the work though.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are just sitting there passively, sure. It's wonderful.
We do, Rob, we're just a nice
All
company.
right.
All right, so we're now, so unless there's anything, the finance committee wants to revisit on budget, we're into the articles, and that brings us to, the water articles, first on the agenda.
Welcome, Bob and Mark.
Thanks.
So Article 6, we decided we're not.
Just so everybody knows, this is one of the most festive meetings I've seen in a long time. Everybody's smiling. This is good.
We should have been there at the last meeting.
Little levity, little levity.
Jim was in Japan, that was fun.
Have my sushi.
In the morning.
They do have sushi in the morning. That's amazing.
All right, so I'm gonna start on the budget for water.
Yep. So, there are two versions in there. I talked to Rob, and the bottom line is the same, but I think, so Mark, is it this document or this document that was before the water commission when they?
Both, we had them both up there.
Okay,
What's
so,
the difference?
We still have the same bottom line.
So, there were,
So.
there
we
were
have
some
two.
typos.
So the first one we were looking at.
You're right, this is the one we were.
Yeah.
We were telling.
Which is
The
going
one,
on.
the one that Angus just
Okay.
got out.
the one that appears second.
Yeah.
And it was a little confusing because one was 26 and 25, the other was 25
I know.
and 26, so you need to have a mirror just to see them.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, right, the formatting was, well, one,
Right.
right, exactly, yeah, yeah. It was backwards, right?
so do you keep track of like expenditures to date? Because it would be helpful to know, you know, if you're looking at the budget for next year, how well you did on last year's budget.
We had that in front of us when we were doing that.
I would just, if we're approving it, it would be helpful for us to.
Well, I think Angus,
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to talk about is the format of the budget as presented. So I put together a brief overview of this, and let me just do a share in case anyone's watching from home. So the traditional format of the water budget is what you see up here.
Right. exactly.
And what the Department of Revenue, and this isn't. Let's see if I can do it. I'm just gonna look back at the screen share. Yeah, okay, good. Good. So the Department of Revenue, this is the so-called IGR or Informational Guideline Release. This is the one they do for enterprise funds. It's you know, it covers all kind of aspects of enterprise funds, but this is, you know, Department of Revenue recommendation. And what the form of budget that they recommend for an enterprise fund is one of the three that you see here. One is budgeted self-sufficient, budgeted surplus, or budgeted subsidy. The main difference substantively between what you see here and what voters are used to seeing on the warrant is this includes not just the expenses, but their revenues. And this is recommended because this provides the voters, this is how the budget is balanced. And so last year, the budget, you know, we entered the budget year with the expectation that the water revenues would exceed expenses, so that would have been a so-called budgeted surplus
Surplus.
year if we had used it.
Which is also recommended.
Right, yeah.
It's
If you're
really an
raising,
important concept.
yeah, if you're raising more than you need with the intent to build up your reserves, that should be clear to the voters. So this format, and again, these numbers are just from the sample. I didn't want anyone confused, that's right. But anyway, so this format is something Jenny's been talking to Water for a couple of years about. And it's just never come together, you know, last year with the rate setting, there was a lot of, it was like, everyone was a scramble. So even though it was shared, it just never got the attention it needed. So we do think, Jenny and I think, and, you know, we think is the year to do this format of showing the expenses and the revenues. So what this year would be for FY 26, it would be anticipated to be a budgeted self-sufficient year, which is the one on the far left. So you can see the language in the DLR sample article is not dissimilar from what you're seeing. It's just substantively, it's this bottom, the thing at the bottom, and it would be RML, be raised as follows, you know, enterprise receipts, X, retained earnings, Y. And so in this scenario, the article would specify the source of revenues to balance the water budget. This would include for FY 26 enterprise receipts and retained earnings. This, if we use this format, would eliminate the need for a separate article for the proposed draw from retained earnings, because it would be embedded right there in the water budget. It would say, this is how we're balancing the budget.
And it should be shown together.
Yeah, and this has been the recommended, I don't know how old this IGR is, but it's not new. This has been recommended for many years. It's just, people are used to seeing this. But this is really what's been recommended for a long time. And this is something that if we do this, it's also gonna make things easier in the fall when we get to the recap and showing Department of Revenue, because what it is now is me and Jenny are writing memos to Department of Revenue to show them where the money's coming from. That, we shouldn't have to do that. It should be in the warrant. So, so obviously what's before you is the numbers, but in terms of how it would appear in the warrant, you know, we would recommend that we, you know, go to a new format.
Right. And beyond that, I mean, there's nuance upon nuance upon nuance here. And so, for instance, what they see in their office, the numbers do end up being reconciled and agreed. But they have a level of detail that's really important for operations. They get to see it, you know, like, you know, we spend this amount of money in here, this amount of money in here. We take the budget all the way down. That's why this is so much longer, because each of those accounts represent something that they're used to dealing with. So this thing is necessary for the budget discussions. But like Angus is saying, there's the recap that goes to the warrant, which is different yet again. The other nuance that every, you know, and it's not new, but the revenues really are mostly set by a limitation that DOR will impose on us, which is, you know, what have you done in the past, not what you expect to do in the future. So the revenues sometimes are under budgeted, but it has to be that way because we're submitting to DOR who push back if they were to see something going above. And we run into that from time to time.
So is that why I was confused that the 26 water user charges is 80,000 less? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's part of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a concern. I've met with Mark earlier today, just talk that over, because it's.
It's like, we should be charging more, right?
Well, it's a real concern, because, I think the thought is that with the rates having gone up, that people are now using less, and their billing is reflecting billing, so.
So we actually accomplished what we wanted to, which.
Conservation wise,
But then again, this is a year with a lot of nuances, so you look at debt service between the 2 years, well, we're not going to come close to the debt service. For this current year, it's gonna be way lower. So that means it forces it to the second year, so you're looking at something that is a one-time occurrence of 389. So this puts pressure on the budget this year that may not be there next year. And when you see the results for this year, it's gonna be way better than, my suspicion is, Jen, we're gonna be way better on a surplus this year than what we had budgeted for the current year.
I think so.
It's highly likely.
Well, I mean, the revenues are gonna come in a lot lower than we had anticipated, so.
Yeah, we'll
it's
see,
still-
but-
Yeah, we'll
but
see,
the-
but I
right.
do believe there'll be.
Right. But this is just, this is more like looking at a P&L of a business than the way we look department to department to department. This is a little more to it, operationally and broken out. But that way, and then it gets condensed upward. And I would just say that we have to do more analysis on revenues and usage to see where the trend's going. But because of the debt service number itself, that kind of misleads you to think that this is a year we're not producing a surplus, but it's only because that debt service shouldn't have been that high this year.
Yeah, and I do want to elaborate on that, because that's an enormously important point.
Yes.
So Jenny has built out, she maintains a long-term spreadsheet of every long-term debt, is as well as including our share of Kentucky debt and the terms and the years, and that's all built into a master spreadsheet that's like, would make your head spin. Because of the particulars of the water, because in FY 26, the budget would carry both paying off the 1-year bond anticipation notes and issuing debt before June 30th for long-term debt and I keep saying Church and Prospect. It's not just Church and Prospect. It's Church and Prospect plus about 1.1 million of debt from the Break Hill tank and the water treatment building. So that's all being rolled together into new debt. Because that debt is on schedule to be issued before June 30th, you have to pay the first year of principal the subsequent fiscal year. So that means FY 26, we're both paying off the bond anticipation notes, which mature in mid-July, and paying the first year of principal on the long-term debt, so it's a double hit.
Right,
That's a one-time occurrence. Now, when they get to their next capital project, that's a whole other conversation, but in terms of the obligations that have been made so far, that results in a double hit. So we had conversations about, well, the bans don't mature till, I think it's July 17th. Could we issue the debt July 3rd? And then we wouldn't have to pay the first year of principal till FY 27. You could. The problem is, at that point, you've painted yourself into a corner. And if whatever happens in the debt market between now and July 1st is not helpful, you have to issue the debt. So the strategy we're taking is, we've gone out to bid, or we're going out to bid after next week's ratings call. We're gonna get bids on this water debt, or Hilltop Securities will, on April 23rd. That's gonna give us a true number for FY 26 budgeting. If that's favorable, the Water Commission is gonna be asked to vote before town meeting that true debt number. If it's not favorable, they could say, we don't like it, we're gonna go back to the market. But that gives us a longer runway to basically make that decision. And so this means what's in here, this is based on our assumed debt, based on what we think we might get for interest rates. When we get those bids back, on that, is it 20-year borrowing we're doing? You have to remember, is it 20-year?
I
think it's
believe
20.
it is 20.
I think it's 20-year borrowing. Once we get those interest rates bid back on April 23rd, we're gonna know exactly what that debt is. And it might be a few bucks less than this. It might be more. But it's a double hit, so in Jenny's spreadsheet that I started the story with, that goes forward 30 years. And so you can see FY 25, FY 26, FY 27 and beyond. So it is a one-time.
yeah, and
Basically,
yeah, if we had a little more runway and a little more time, it would have actually been nice to roll forward 26 to 27 to show that, we could have done that, but we just ran out of time on this. So we're attending to all of this stuff with great cooperation from the water department, and other than that, ask them away. Whatever you
I have
want.
a question, kind of more formatting for Angus, but so for the FinCom booklet and for what's presented on town meeting floor, will it be that earlier? Yeah, will it be that?
this is that would be our recommendation. This is what I think, the form of article that had been submitted is the standard format. I know Jenny and I feel this would be the year to do this, partly because of this draw from retained earnings, but also just because it's recommended and it makes it transparent.
And the state response, probably easier to this.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna make.
Formatting is a little bit,
Yeah, so.
intuitive.
So we've been trying, as Angus said, last couple of days, we've been making a little bit of headway from coming off of the standard reports, ending up in the standard warrant article, and I think we're headed in the right direction. It just takes time sometimes. All right?
All right, any questions? Yeah, this is a warrant article, so.
Make a motion to approve the water department operating budget for the sum of $1,316,636. And further, that the formatting should be recommended with the budget and self-sufficient model.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Do we have a motion?
I still have a question.
Well, we'll do a
Oh, the
motion
motion
and
and then-
it just, they tell me that's the right way to do it. I don't know, Jim.
I make a motion that mirrors Mr. Wiles' motion. It was perfect.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, any discussion or questions or concerns?
I have a question, though. When we're looking at this format, it's a great format. But we're comparing a budget versus a budget.
Yes.
Do we ever look at, in this format, how it's doing versus either, like Wendy asked
Right.
about year to date or prior year?
I can change that, yes.
Or you, okay.
Yes, I can change that. No, the point is well taken. I mean, just when we sit there working up these numbers, we're actually looking at that. we're looking at what you just described, but it's not the format that's ended up being presented, which is basically to see if the water commissioners are comfortable with the summary, if you will. They're also in the discussions on the detail too. We can just change that. So that, you know, how Geordie has it all there, so we run it a few years in a row. And then what you do is you take your current year and then you annualize that in certain cases, so that you can have like 3 years of expense history. And so that's what's being asked, that can be easily done.
Yeah, otherwise you're really looking at budget versus budget.
Yeah, well, Dennis, that's information the water department maintains. That is not information that is in our accounting software.
Right.
Because the accounting software just has the half dozen
Those half dozen, which
lines.
is why,
Yeah.
yeah, it's.
So expenses is expenses, whether that's Newbury Port Water or gas for the truck
Right.
or attending a training, or it's all rolled. So as far as the reports Jenny and I can run, we do not have that granular.
So we use the reports that Jody has, which is to that detail level. And they end up always agreeing with what Jen has, but there's just that little bit extra of, but the formatting can still be done because it can come off of Jody's spreadsheet. So we're all set. We'll do that. It's just, there's two systems talking right now, which is not the ideal situation ever,
Okay.
but it's the way it is.
So my other question was, we're using 170,000 in retained earnings. What's the balance that's what we're drawing from?
I think I have that with me. That will be before I do.
There's two funds, there's the retained earnings and.
Oh, yeah.
Stable.
So the balance and retained earnings, through, this is from the fall town meeting booklet, was 691, 290. That's not gonna include like earnings on investments since July 1st, but it's gonna be in that neighborhood of 690.
But there's two, there's retained earnings and
And
stabilization.
stabilization, and stabilization is 382, 835.
So, but you gotta keep in mind that we will have probably more of a surplus, out of this current year too. So, it depends, it remains to be seen, but, so.
So we're not just depleting, we're
Right,
adding
exactly.
and taking.
Well, we've been adding this 1 year because of the three, I guess my point is, just remember that it's largely because of the 388, which is an anomaly this year.
Yeah.
Next year, I think the number might go down to like 200 and something thousand for debt service.
145,000.
Let's see, no, I have that, I was just looking at that.
So this is why you gotta string out years.
It's for FY 27. This model, goes back, well, so it was 401, where it's 389. So this model says 258.
Right, that's what I
So
was.
it may be like a
So that's
little less than that.
significant. So my point is, if this year was 258, we'd be seeing like, going to retain earnings of 40,000.
Right.
And, as Angus has said, and Angus has been writing great memos about all this stuff. The thing that we have all acknowledged, and I say we because I sit in with these guys and we struggle this, I mean, the issue of we raised the rates and lo and behold, we sold the conservation and this is the result. Well, the point is that we need to have a really good handle on the ins and outs of the revenue. And I'm not so sure that we won't see a reversion anyways. We don't know. The other big thing is the water purchase for Newbury Port. We had a year, 2 years ago, where we went to 110. Now it's 150. We're probably gonna be good on the 150 this year, given the rain we're getting, right? But those two things, the change in debt service and the fact that we had a drought last year. Both of them are putting pressure on this year's budget. That's the short way I would say it. Because we could have been at 130 for Newbury Port water just as much as 150.
I do have one more wrinkle, which I wish I'd thought of before Chris had made his motion. Because when the water commission was considering their budget last Thursday day, the select board hadn't yet made its recommendation on COLA. So there's a 2% COLA.
Okay.
So I had run the numbers and I had sent Jody an email just on, I think on, yesterday to make her aware. And I think, that if the 3% COLA is applied, so the additional 1%, that would add $2,673 to the wages line in what you see. So I wish I'd thought to mention that before your motion, but, and that hasn't.
Modify the motion to include a COLA at 3%.
Yeah,
How's that?
good.
It's actually decide. First of all, we're gonna have to have another meeting to decide, we voted to approve the
Right.
budget.
Yeah, I know.
But again, we still have the bids and stuff coming in, find out what we're actually gonna pay.
Mhm.
So I think we're gonna have another meeting on the 24th. To approve everything. So if you go 2%, 3%, no percent, whatever, we can, we'll vote for the whole thing at the same time. But at least that way we'll win with. A budget.
Did you say up to 3%?
No, 3% is what the COLA is for next year.
Okay, yeah, because we gotta vote to do all of that kind of stuff, you get an actual right.
So they'll end up looking at.
So it sounds like that would be a floor amendment, if it's gonna be after the water commission votes it.
You can't meet before we post the warrant, so that we don't have to make a motion before.
Well, there's gonna, I mean, they could do, but there is, Bob's right, that there is gonna need to be a floor amendment anyway on
there
the
is.
debt service. Because we're not gonna know the exact
exactly.
debt service number until April
Yeah,
23rd.
that's what I was waiting for, so we had all our numbers,
Yeah,
that we knew what we were.
And you can floor amend it up,
Do it?
you can floor amend the numbers up.
It's worth talking to Casey, normally not, I mean, it's in the context of the amount of a $1.3 million budget, $2,600. I would consider it like de minimis,
Well,
but I don't know what Casey, yeah, I mean, you're right, Rob, normally it's like a hard
was
cap.
debt service possibly going down?
We just don't know,
Right.
yeah, I mean, until with what's going on.
Well, anyways, I just throw that out there as, no, I just throw it out there as
Thanks, my crash, but it's I don't know what's
all
gonna.
right, so I think we're getting off track here. What's the plan? So we need,
I made the motion, let's second it.
yeah, all right,
You guys gotta vote on that.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, so I guess the budget that goes into the warrant could be the budget you're voting and then,
Go down from there if they wanna do
Yeah.
less.
yeah.
Okay,
And I make a motion for the FinCom that mirrors Chris's motion on the COLA increase.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. What?
So did we determine how that is going to be made up? Is that going to be made up with retained earnings, or are we going to increase the water user charges? I believe there might be a little wiggle room there.
Oh, and when she says increase the water use, she's not saying change the rate.
Yeah.
She's saying her
Yeah.
projections or the projections of revenues, you
Yeah.
think are conservative.
I think so, otherwise you could do a nice round number and do 175 of retained earnings, and we can be even more conservative on the water user charges.
I think the water users charges should stay about where you were comfortable the first time around. I mean, it all comes in a wash, it's not like you're causing,
It's not going to.
right, you
What
end
it
up,
will be,
right,
in retained earnings, whatever you end up
exactly, right,
using will be what it will
exactly,
be.
right.
But,
Right, so it's not like you're making a spending decision, is my point.
right,
It's not like you were changing rates, it's just what, I'm more concerned about what the DOR will accept than us trying to crunch that 1022,
yeah,
if you get, right.
so increase the retained earnings.
I would,
so it makes sense to me, that's
Yeah.
cleaner.
yeah, it's clear, and it doesn't have to be, none of this has to be, you will see when we end fiscal year 2025, that just like in every budget, the amount of correlation it's close, but you know, like salaries and wages are always really good, but Newburyport Water can be way off. You know, so we just live with that, you know.
I just wonder if the retained earnings are gonna go up. I would suggest it ought to be by the same 2,673. Just because the numbers have to tie,
Mhm.
so it ought to be, if we're adding that to the expense, that's what you would add to the draw.
Sure.
So do we have to make another motion?
Well, you didn't take up that article yet. So, no, because that's a separate oh, well,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's gonna be built in.
We do it, Charlie.
Yeah, because right now that's been in as a separate article,
Right, but now it is.
but now it is, right.
Yeah, so since we just discussed the change, do you want to take another
Yeah.
vote to reaffirm that the change you're still on board with?
Mhm.
Yes, Chris.
What would the motion be? I don't know what.
This is getting complicated.
I know.
Yeah,
That the increase in COLA will be offset by
Just like
a
we-
decrease in retained earnings.
I'll make that motion.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
And I make a motion that mirrors Wendy's motion that Chris moved.
I second that.
Figure that out, Jim.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? It's unanimous, thank you.
All right, are we done with the water operating budget?
With the operating budget, yeah.
All right, next item is water retainer. Now we don't need that, or we do?
No, your 44 is out,
Yeah.
but 17 is still in.
Okay,
That's the draw for the pension liability
Yeah.
stabilization. Water Commission did meet, I think it was in March, and voted to support the $15,000 transfer from retained earnings to water pension liability stabilization.
do we have any questions on that? Or comments?
And nothing in the packet, I mean, there's no info, right?
It's unchanged from February 7th.
By the way, do we present a rationale for any of this stuff?
Not for the budget, but
Not
for
for the
this,
budget?
yeah, at
Okay.
this point, we're getting into the articles, so
So
yeah,
let's remember this.
report card, yeah.
So not for the budget, okay, great.
So this is 15,000.
Correct, yeah.
A motion for Article 17, water retained earnings to the water pension liability stabilization fund, some 15,000.
All in favor?
So,
Right.
no, please.
I make a motion to, the fund transfer from the water retained earnings to the water pensions liability stabilization, $50,000.
Second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? I'll write the rationale on this because it's pension related, right? Is that okay? Okay, and, do you sunset that? You don't sunset this?
No.
No, right.
Right, water department HVAC. This is unchanged, right?
Correct,
However, a decision needs to be made as to which funding source.
correct.
So that's made by the water department.
Well, it was brought forward by the town, and the building is owned by the town, and
Okay.
the building is, is split right now between, DPW facilities, water, and then the upstairs, even though it's not occupied, is part of the overall square footage, with the basketball court that's up there, so.
So are we proposing to split this between the town and the water?
I haven't made a proposal
Okay.
on this, so I think, we don't typically get into funding sources tonight. That's when we get to the motions, but it's a good thing to talk about.
I don't recall how much we're.
It was 15,000 is the total. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 13,858.
And, I'm sorry, I don't remember, are they replacing the HVAC or upgrading it?
They're doing, putting in what a split, mini split, and putting in, also he's like, punching in like new windows,
Yeah,
right?
replacing some of the broken windows and the window frames and stuff, he was saying,
To increase the ventilation.
to make working windows too for the ventilation, like Angus said, in the mini split, so.
This is specific to the water department, though.
It's to to address interior air quality issues in the space that they work
Right,
in,
exactly, right.
correct? But the building is owned by the
Right.
town, so it's a little complicated.
So, yeah, back to the funding, so is it totally town funds or is it?
Well, I think some split is fair, but it's not something that's been, the water commission, I don't think has talked about
First I
it.
heard of it,
Okay, are you aware of the work that's going on?
not entirely, no.
Okay, Mark, do you wanna elaborate?
Yeah, well, we had the moisture issue up there with the, before they did the roof and all that, and everything, they sealed that up. Found out that the building was still holding moisture, and they came down to, Brian did a lot of research and everything, he came down to, there's not enough air movement in the building. So they were talking about putting the mini splits in to circulate air, run a little heat, keep the moisture down. And replace some of the windows to keep some of the moisture from coming in and to be able to cross vent circulation through there. So, this is the best solution that they came up with.
No, like I said, this is the first I've heard of it. So,
So, yeah, there's been no,
Okay,
yeah, the water commission hasn't taken up a request nor been presented with a request of a funding amount, so.
so how should we handle this? It seems premature to vote on it if we don't know what amount or who's paying for it.
You could, make a vote on before town meeting,
Mhm.
that's been done before.
Rob, what do you think?
It's an issue I was not aware of until I got the article request about 2 days before the warrant closed, so.
Okay.
There had been work done for a while before that, I just wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
But my feeling is that if you would accommodate a split, that does make some sense as the owner. But, obviously, the water department is the user, so, it would seem to be a split is not the wrong thing to do.
I think it's the right thing to do, it's just a question of how do you fund it, the town, if it was, strictly town operations.
Well, when we say funding isn't, I mean, are we talking about most of these things being transfers as opposed to raise and appropriate?
On the town side?
Yeah,
Yeah, the funding sources are generally either free cash or
Yeah,
stabilization.
exactly, right. So I would say that if you go to the water department, then for an amount, then that would probably come out of the water department stabilization fund. Is what I would think.
Right, it's just that they haven't agreed to it.
No, I know,
Yeah.
so
So
they're,
do we move forward tonight or do we just wait?
I think you have to move forward to give them the ability to react.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to support the Article 13, the town paying 50% of the cost, and if the water department decides to pick up the balance.
Angus, the windows and the portion of that and everything, that's figured into that.
So
Is
part of the, otherwise. the town-
Right, that's why it's really split costs, not.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry, we should, so that's a good question, can you say again, just so.
So the windows and the building repair are figured into that 13,000, that's not solely a water department
Correct.
issue, that's a building issue.
Correct,
The ventilation to keep my guys from, worrying about mold and stuff like is my issue, but it's still part of a town issue, so how do we split it fairly? And
Well, because
That's
his
what we-
motion was half. So.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So the proposal is to split the cost 50/50.
Okay, we'll put that in front of the board, that sounds fair.
Right,
That
yeah,
sounds very
right, exactly,
fair.
that's all you can do. From our end, I would think we would wanna take action on the motion that you made. So do we have a motion on our end?
Yeah, make a motion to support the water department HVAC repair, for the sum of $13,800, 50% being town, 50% being water department.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. You're gonna have a busy agenda.
Who said what?
Somebody write your rationale on sunset?
So who wants to write a rationale on this? And Sunset is gonna be,
6:30, 26.
26, yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
All right, the next one is water retained earnings to balance the budget, so that one's out, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, next one is drinking water well.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I think I'm fine with. They didn't set the warrant yet, so I don't know, I mean, we know it's coming off.
Okay,
I just put straight through it, so. It's on.
With-
Who is doing the rationale again?
Brad.
No.
No, Dennis, Dennis.
Good try though.
That
was a great try. But Rob caught it, he was quick.
I know. That's why I'm like,
all right, so Article 34 is unchanged, but we need to vote, is that right?
It's unchanged. I didn't have a record that you voted.
Probably not, because we were
Yeah,
doing numbers, so.
yeah.
Because we want to make a motion to support our article.
See, was it 50 grand? What
Yeah.
was that?
Make a motion to. Support the drinking water well exploration funds of $50,000.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I make a motion to accept the drinking water well exploration article as put forward by the select board for $50,000.
Second.
Any further discussion? Vote, all in favor? It's unanimous.
All right, who's rationale?
So who wants to write this? Thank you, Ross. Sunset would be 26, 6:30, 26.
I think that's good. Right, I think it's,
I think so.
yeah. Okay, Article 14.
I'm sorry, who's rationale?
Ross.
Ross, great, thanks. Okay, so now we're getting into the transfer. So I have a handout. No, there's nothing else water related. So,
It was enjoyable.
and Jenny, here's a copy for you. And those are. So what I'm handing out, and I'm sorry this stuff wasn't ready for the packet, but
Good to see you again. We'll be in touch.
Gentlemen?
Hey, guys.
but I'm trying to. So I've tried to present things very succinctly in this handout, which I'm also putting up on the screen right now, so I can walk you through it on the screen. Or you can look at what's in front of you, so. I think everyone knows the objective. I had clipped to this, the 3 article request forms, just to remind everybody what the objective was. It's just been the numbers we haven't had. So I put together a proposal, so I'll walk you through this. So the first article was to transfer free cash to put into the newly established or recently established capital stabilization fund. So DOR recommends that you retain 5% of your operating budget in free cash. And that's also reflected in the town's adopted financial reserves policy. So that amount is $955,709. That accounts for all of the aggregate articles on this town meeting. So that nets out, assuming every article that's proposed passes. And this is based on my assumptions of where money's coming from, which you haven't reviewed yet, but they're probably about, they're probably about right. So, so I'll just walk you through this. So the current balance is 1.7 million. There's 445,000 of free cash proposed on the annual special town meeting. And I do have that backup if we want to get into where all that is. So that would bring us to 1.257 at the end of the fiscal year. Obviously not accounting for any turnbacks and so forth. So if we drew 301,467, that would get us down to the 5% free cash. So that would come out of free cash and go into capital stabilization, making an initial balance there of the same amount. Then stabilization, the Mass DOR also recommends 5% that you keep in your general stabilization. And that's also reflected in our reserves policy. So the current balance is 1.57 million. The net impact of what's on town meeting is about 71,000. That includes the 600 in the operating budgets and 670,000 out. And I can go through all of that if you'd like. So if you factor that in, that would be about 1.4, about 1.5 million. To draw that down to the 5% would be an outflow of 544,061 from stabilization. My thought was, you know, you put 200 back into school stabilization, which is the amount we're drawing this year. That way, we're basically treading water this year to give us more time to figure out on the school, especially with Whittier Tech, where we don't know. Basically, it's kind of like a hold harmless year for the school
Or
stabilization.
another way to say it is you could be running down the old balance related to the school that we just built. And now you're starting to discuss how to build up for the next school.
Yeah.
So,
Or
so,
schools,
right,
yeah.
exactly, right.
Or
Yeah.
schools. So,
Or school.
so this is kind of, it's kind of a little arbitrary, but I think there's some logic behind it. So if you took 544,061 out of stabilization and put 200 into school and the balance 344,061 into capital, that would, at the end of the day, after all of that, you would have 955,709 in each of your free cash and stabilization. You'd have 645 in capital stabilization and 454 in school stabilization. I did add this note here that based on current thinking with Middle Street Bridge, there's 600,000 that's appropriated out of capital, out of stabilization. That is unlikely to be spent because the bridge, in the absence of like huge overruns, is gonna be fully paid from all the grant funding. So up to 600,000 is gonna, so, because these, I looked at these, they're not as healthy as I, but then I'm like, oh yeah, but that 600 is gonna come back in. So this is kind of what I've got in front of you. If you guys like this, we would just key in these numbers into Articles 14, 15, and 16. I do want to express my opinion that it would not bother me if you kept with just like putting free cash into stabilization and just have free cash and stabilization. I know Rob's not gonna like that, but I do think 955 in general stabilization to me is like a ton, because stabilization in practice is for capital. Yes, there could be unanticipated things, but to me, like if we follow DOR recommendation and start to rely on capital stabilization fund as our sole funding source for capital articles, we're gonna be basically sitting on 1.9 million for as far as the eye can see, and building up capital stabilization, which I think is a bit conservative, because it's a lot to sit on that's not appropriated for a specific purpose.
So. And we're not making a lot of interest on that money, I don't think either, right?
We're actually doing well. The stabilization is invested. So we're getting earnings on investments. The free cash, we do a combination. For those, we generally do CDs. Yeah, so we're making,
Okay, yeah, the interest rates are a little higher too.
yeah,
Angus, how does that sum of those four accounts compare to recent years?
it's a bit lower because of some of the significant drawdowns. I think the fire truck was a big one, although that was offset by ARPA.
Yes, so in addition to that 600, we're gonna get that amount that ARPA covered back to stabilization as well.
When we close out this
When
fiscal
we close
year.
out.
Yeah, yeah. So there's,
Which ARPA, do you mean the one to the bridge?
or no,
The
no.
Fire cover truck,
okay.
remember you allocated unspent ARPA toward that.
Yeah, okay.
And that ended up being how much?
70.
Yeah, around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So
think the real number is 396.
that's the real number. That's the thing. Like, we can spend all kinds of time on this, in this savings account or this savings account. At the end of the day,
Right, they're all really the same.
so that's where, like, I think I speak for Jenny as well, that like free cash stabilization, you know, we're fine with that. But I understand the objective of having a capital stabilization, and we created the account, and if we're gonna populate it, this is how I would recommend for this cycle. Nothing that is proposed can't be undone. None of this money is spent. It's just putting it from this pocket into that pocket. So it's kind of like a thought exercise. I was just trying to.
Well, the only difference is the stabilization takes
At
2/3.
2/3, whereas a
and
dedicated
capital
stabilization of
doesn't.
capital is a simple majority.
And the other reason
that's
to
true.
the capital stabilization is you can then hook it up to your short-term needs, 5 years of what you're gonna actually spend, so you know
Right.
you're covering it.
Right,
My exception was that a prior finance committee wanted to establish that the only reason we had money in stabilization was capital.
which was not correct.
Which was not correct,
Right.
and that's what I objected to, and I said, well, if they want to,
Yeah,
if they want to distinguish, then, and again, I think it's different pockets, it's all the same.
yeah,
The nice thing about the capital stabilization, like any of those stabilizations, is easier to come out of. And if you're hooking it up to your planned purchases, you can actually have a policy that says we'll cover the next 5 in capital. I like to see as much committed encumbrances as we can come up with. I'd rather us not have a feeling that we got a lot of free cash and a lot of stabilization, when actually what we got is an underfunded school stabilization account, for instance, as an example. So I see, you know, anyways, that's just a thought. Like Angus says, it's all the same thing.
it's just one more thing, and then, I'll stop talking about it. When I started working on this, I had been envisioning a post-transfer stabilization balance. I won't put a specific number out there, but of probably well under 500,000.
No.
That's what I've been thinking. It wasn't until I was reading the DOR recommendations that said you should have 5%, that I'm like, well, geez, we gotta leave 955 in there. That's when I'm like, well, if we're leaving all that in there, and we have 955 of free cash, that's when I'm sitting there thinking like, that's a huge amount to just sit on. And if we're starting to look at capital stabilization as our only source to fund capital, that 645 doesn't look like a lot of money. And I feel that that's gonna result in like pouring money into that when we're basically now gonna be overlooking the stabilization
No,
fund as a
but you don't
source to
have-
fund
you
capital
don't-
projects, like, which I don't think we should do.
I don't think you have to do. I think you could set the capital stabilization fund to be something that is planned out over the most obvious things. Your 5-year out is about as far as you can really see.
Right,
So you might say, we'll maintain in capital stabilization the 5-year out when, you know, how you're gonna do the budget, the capital, the fixed asset. The stabilization fund at $1 million is great. Just remember, you could have a natural disaster. And those funds could be eaten up to a large extent. I mean, there is a point at which.
yeah, I mean,
you
if
need-
it's a declared disaster, you're gonna, I mean, you shouldn't count on it.
Yeah,
but
don't
you're-
count on anything.
Up and for the last 100 years, you've been able to count on getting state and federal post-disaster recovery. I mean, that could change.
That could change, and sometimes
That
you need
could
to
change.
cash, you need cash ahead of when.
That is true.
The benefit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
so all I'm saying is that, I like the 5%. I wouldn't say that the only way you're gonna use either free cash or stabilization is for stuff other than capital. I never intended the discussion to say that capital is the only place we're gonna be drawing down from. I think, you know, there's this ebb and flow of all the funds that, you know, free cash is regularly replenished. All I would like to see is some discussion about encumbrances. If you wanted to say we'll draw a baseline of 5% free cash, 5% stabilization, I like that. Realizing that it can be used for anything that we have a need for,
Mhm.
but I think that the thing we have a need to do is to look out and see the capital that's coming our way. I never intended that should be the sole source of funding that. you could replenish it as you go forward each year.
Mhm.
You could have it bouncing up and down depending on the next 5 years. The school stabilization, I think we gotta make a commitment to, it could be 200,000 a year for the next 20 years.
Mhm.
And that wouldn't be outrageous at all, I mean, so anyways, I don't think it gets in the way of anything that you've said. It's just, I can see the facility might be there if we start encumbering some of this free cash and stabilization. Cause otherwise it just looks like it's all, money in your pocket.
One thing I think Jenny and I could envision on the free cash, which I think we're 100% supportive of like having that at a set amount. Is so let's say every fall we get free cash certified before town meeting, which all but 1 year it always has, other than the COVID year. And so let's say we look at that 955, 709, and we look at that in the fall town meeting. So let's say when they certify free cash next year, let's say it's 1.2,
Right.
whatever. So that leaves 250,000, probably more than that, but let's say that's it. Then the board, as a matter of policy, could say, okay, we're gonna draw down 1.2 down to 955. You could put some of that toward tax relief for next year, you could put some of that toward stabilization.
Right.
But with a year on year, every fall, draw down free cash after it's certified to the 5%, that's very logical, that makes a lot of sense to us. In terms of whether it's stabilization or capital, that's where I think whatever you want to do is what you should do. I don't think we really care. I did ask Jenny to look into, is there anything we're inadvertently, by putting it in the capital, are we inadvertently tying our hands on things that may not be capital? Because, we spend all this time talking about what's truly capital. Basically, if it's in the capital program,
Right.
you can draw from capital. But if you think of all the things we've funded from free cash over the years, including things like studies or engineering or whatever, it's gonna need to be in the capital program for us to draw from the capital stabilization fund. So I think if we do this, we probably ought to, as a matter of policy, stop hitting free cash for anything and have everything go through stabilization. The only downside is that's a 2/3 vote. But to the extent that we're doing things that are either like studies or a lawnmower that might be $7,500, that's not truly capital, we're gonna need to hit
Oh, but wait a minute,
stabilization.
but 7,500 thing should be capital.
That's less than, but this is, again,
If
there's
you're
a lot
gonna
of
have,
mental anguish that goes into this, is it capital, is it not? I don't wanna compound that.
but when you're doing your capital, well, no.
It's not in the capital
I know it isn't,
$7,500.
I know it isn't, it
Wrong,
should
no, where's
be, it should be.
Then I better hire a capital project planner for
I
next year.
thought you're doing the capital budgeting.
We are,
Not 75.
not 7,500. It's 20,000. And yes, we have that stuff in a spreadsheet, but it's not in the capital program.
So what do we need to decide here, whether we're gonna have sub-stabilization account? I mean, we have them already, whether we're gonna fund them or not, right? I guess you're suggesting
Correct.
we just fund stabilization?
This is what those 3 articles, if you do the 3 articles that we put in, this is the numbers I would recommend, which you can change, but I think it's a reasonable position.
Yeah.
I mean, one and two are set because they're 5%.
I mean, I think they make sense, yeah, they're not set till you set them, but yeah.
Of course, those are gonna go up every year, those, the, goes up every year.
I mean, free cash will go up every year, knock on wood, as long as, we continue to have turnbacks.
Yeah, but Rick
Stabilization
makes
will-
it's a 5% of the budget moving forward.
That'll go up, yeah, that'll go up.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Budget
Yeah.
increases every year, so the
Yeah.
5% would be a bigger number each year.
Yeah.
Question.
I know that there's a difference between majority and 2/3 vote. It doesn't really matter, because if you can't hit the 2/3, you shouldn't even be looking at it anyway, so
Yeah. I
that's
don't
always
think
this
that's
big fear of boogeyman, it doesn't bother, it just.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much either.
Huh?
It has happened.
Oh, I know, but,
So does the sailors, yeah.
right, but if you can't meet that threshold, you probably shouldn't be spending that kind of money in the first place, is what I'm saying. The other thing, and I think Dennis said you're looking at 3.6 or 7, but then you bring in the other 170, you're almost at 3.8 million, right? Yeah. When you bring in the money from ARPA off the, and then I know it doesn't count towards East State, but CPC's got a whole load of money sitting out there too,
Low
so,
of money,
Yeah, it's over, why don't we?
over $3 million.
yeah, we have to be careful what could be a CPC. I know we look at it, but that's just a lot of money sitting there that probably should be getting better used.
So where are we at? What are we doing?
We have to make a motion somehow, but I don't know where it is.
I like this, I think it's a good start. We can
Okay.
modify it.
So basically, it's 14, 15, and 16, we would be keying in to 14, 200,000. 15 is from stabilization, the capital would be 344,061. And 16 would be 301,467 from free cash into capital stabilization.
That's the motion I just made.
Okay.
Second that. And further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
I want to say that after all this rigmarole, this took about 20 minutes. So, because I had nothing as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, and I just cracked it out.
Cool.
So. That meets
Okay.
expectations.
Gentlemen,
I make a motion that mirrors Krista's motion.
Thanks, Jim.
14, 15,
do we have a
16.
second that mirrors Rick's second or Wendy's second? Any further discussion? Angus,
Yeah.
the one thing is, when you talk to your bonding guys,
Yeah,
so, you know, it's great the state says 5% here, 5% there. I'm always gonna be more impressed by how the bonding guys.
they look for 20%,
Yes,
but they don't care what bucket it's in.
They
We
don't
asked them
care.
that
Okay, good.
specifically, and that's actually, they issued updated guidance in the last few months.
yeah,
And as far as they're concerned, stabilization, we asked that specific question. We're like, we have pension, we have,
right.
we have school, we have OPEB, like. OPEB.
so
OPEB,
C- CPA
is included now too, right?
CPA's included, so that's part of why I'm
Right,
wondering.
so what I'm getting at is, another little snippet of information is, all of the things they count towards 20, I presume we're way over the 20.
We're way over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
well, I think we're 24, but yeah,
Yeah.
we're comfortably over 20.
Exactly, right, because I know there are certain states, by the way, that actually tell the towns, you will have 20% or you'll have 25%. Yeah, they just do it. We don't, the state, our state kind of piecemeals it a little bit. Anyway, so good, okay.
Yeah, it
That-
sounds
that's
like
what-
if you throw CPA in there, I mean, we're up over 30%.
Well, CPA is restricted fund balance.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I don't think that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that's restricted fund balance.
Okay.
So, because that's limited to.
But for our use, it becomes beneficial. It's a beneficial stabilization, to Chris's point.
Yeah, but it's not, yeah.
Right, it's not the
part
same
of
as
it.
this other stuff, right, but it turns out to be useful.
All right, rationales on all of those? Rob, you wanna do that?
Yeah, I'll do the rationals. Will you help me?
Yes.
So I'm done for the night. I mean, that's 14, 15, 16. And Dan's not here, by the way.
We should get all the rest.
So you should all right.
We got a pickleball. Don't want to forget.
Oh, no, I mean. No, I didn't mean I'm walking out the door. I just, we try and share the load here.
I
Right,
got
guys?
the operating budget.
I mean, I think, I don't know that you need to vote it in the bottom line, you voted all the sections, so.
Okay.
Unless there's a need, unless there's an interest in voting the bottom line budget with all the changes, but we don't have that number.
I was gonna say, we wouldn't even have that yet, so.
No, we're gonna need to, we'd be doing.
We've done each of the items.
You've done
so
each
we're
of the
covered,
items, so-
we're covered, yeah, I think.
Article 27, pickleball court construction costs. This is CPA funding.
Yep, and they did vote unanimously of those present to support it at their meeting last night.
For 175?
Yeah, something about that. And that's based on the estimated private cost of 160 and additional amount for the stone dust path that will be required for accessibility from the parking lot and any incidental costs.
Motion,
Yes, please.
make a motion, to support the football court construction costs at $175,000.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
aye, clear, discussion.
Discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Number one, I support it very strongly because it's very popular with the seniors. They've been doing it. They're the segment of the population that pays a lot of taxes but doesn't get a benefit. So I really hope, now, it's a big number, so I hope there's no blocking in town meeting. And one, the second comment is, somewhere in there they talked about, oh, they'll get to the end of the season and take the nets down. My question is why? These people are playing in January if the weather's good, so I think either have portable nets.
We
to
do
go out
have
something.
global warming, yeah.
No, these, they go out there, if there's no snow on
We
it, they'll
have,
play.
we have days in December that are remarkable, yeah.
Better increase the DPW budget so they can shovel off.
Get them a snow blower, add another $5,000.
So moved.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the nets are gonna be great, but what's the additional cost? It's not that, so every 5 years you replace nets, so.
Yeah. All right, all in favor? Aye.
One thing I just do want to note, particularly for Wendy, in your capacity as CPC chair. There isn't gonna be 175 in the open space and rec reserve, so in drafting the draft warrant, I put it for undesignated reserve, so. I don't think that requires any revote from CPC, but.
All right, good
The
comment.
full 175 from that?
Yeah, I mean, we could split hairs.
No,
but
that's
it's
fine. I was just
cleaner
curious.
to just-
Yes.
Yeah,
That's fine.
undesignated is, there's a huge balance.
I make a motion to support Article 27, funding for pickleball court construction, $175,000.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? So, Jim,
Yeah, I'll write this one out.
thank you.
Can I go back and ask a question on it? Will it be put out to bid? It's not just, you've got a proposal, but
So we have the option. They are on the state bid list, so we would have the option under 30B to go ahead and just hire them.
Run that combines.
So I don't know.
it's just a big enough number that if
Yeah.
there was a delta in there,
Yeah,
15% might be worth it.
But how much do you spend going out to bid? I mean, that's not.
I mean, we can talk about it more, like maybe at the next meeting. I think if we, the critical path is the permitting. We gotta bring it to planning board, Concom. If the goal is to get it built this calendar year, we wouldn't be able to put it out to bid till we're through permitting. I think we would lose this calendar year. If that's not a priority, that's fine, but it does add months to the process, so we've been pushing to try to get something done this calendar year if possible, but we can take that up at
So
a.
what's the sunset date?
Yeah.
I would suggest putting. like,
27. It's gotta be
yes.
27. Sure, I mean.
So, I mean, it will
Okay.
comply with procurement, but
And they have experience in this area. I mean, did you see in the packet the levels of
I've actually been on with it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the beauty of the combines. List. I mean, they're all pre-vetted by the state and they have to bid within certain. Parameters, so.
One thing that caught my eye was the uneven terrain there for older people, for that. Is there any thought about paving or anything like that?
well, so it would be graded down. That's built into they went out on site with Brian Butch a couple of weeks ago. So that's built into the pricing is to grade down from the ball field and there'd be a retaining wall there. And then the path from the parking around, I think that's pretty level around the Action Cove.
Mhm.
But the site itself would be graded down with a retaining wall.
And is that stone dust, you said? Is
Yeah.
that where the stone dust goes?
Correct.
Which make great pads. I mean, those are very, I like
Yeah,
stone dust pads.
yeah.
They're fit enough to play pickleball, they're fit enough to get out there.
They're not going to pickleball, they're a walker, right?
Well,
Yeah, we don't know.
There is wheelchair tennis. You get it can bounce twice.
And basketball.
Oh, I can play tennis then.
all right, we're done on that?
I think
Okay,
so.
next, do we have a motion to withdraw this article?
Drake Hill?
Terrace, yeah,
Yeah, I'll make a motion to withdraw the Drake Hill Terrace, street acceptance issue at this point.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Article 40, snow and ice.
Could I just make a quick comment? I missed the voting comment, but just about the pickleball. Just as a sanity check on that price, would it make sense to just get a quote from another vendor that's not on Combis, just to see how it compares? And if it's in the ballpark?
We can,
Yeah.
it's just, it's, yeah, I mean, I'd rather talk about it at a future meeting, because I just.
Right.
And also, we have a chief procurement officer, I mean, I feel like,
Yeah, it's just, I think it warrants a bigger discussion because, right, I mean, we have a chief procurement officer, we have to follow the law. We're following the law. There's different ways to do that. Is that a decision of the board? Is that a decision of the staff person whose job it is to do that? Is that a decision of the finance committee? Is that a decision of the capital improvement committee, which also asks us about bidding? And I always say, we're gonna follow the law. There's different laws. Some of them require bidding, some don't.
Yeah,
I don't wanna get into where town meeting is telling employees how to do their job. I need to satisfy this board, because I report to you, and I'm gonna, you know, I do wanna talk about it,
all right. well,
but I
let's-
don't wanna talk
Right,
about it tonight.
no, we
because it's not a
shouldn't,
2-minute
we
discussion.
shouldn't be talking about it tonight, because this is now into an operational area.
Yeah,
And again, just, this is a really important question, because it comes up all the time. We're not immediately writing a check for the full amount that we've approved. What happens, should happen, the reason this question comes up, but, you know, the underlying assumption is that there will be some vetting that goes on about whether the initial amount was ballpark good. In other words, all of these large amounts need some level of additional work to establish that you're getting bang for your buck. That's why this question comes up, and it'll always come up, but what Angus is saying is, that becomes a discussion for you guys, how you're gonna handle it operationally. And I know people are really interested in this at town meeting, but sometimes they have to understand that it's just an authorization to go off and do the right thing, if I'm saying it correctly, is that?
yeah,
Fair to
it
say?
it stands right in the CPA application that the vendor selection hasn't been made. So we have not, just because we got a quote from one vendor, we have not committed to that vendor. But we also I haven't even talked it over with staff. I can tell you it costs a significant amount of time to go out to bid. People may not value that time. I value that time when we have limited staff and we were working insane hours. At some point, we have to be allowed to make pragmatic decisions. And if we're following the law, like, why does the state give us these allowances? And then if we can't do that, it's kind of like, you know,
Right.
we're
But
following the
that's why-
law. There's
that's why
different
I-
ways to get-
on this?
Absolutely.
I wanna just make one more comment, cause I was the one that
It's
said
an
something.
important issue.
I'm not suggesting that we're gonna do something outside the law.
Yeah.
But we're sitting here, you know, scrutinizing $1,000 bills on a lot of different articles. And we're about to spend 175K without a competitive, and I'm not saying that.
Authorize.
Pardon?
So we're gonna authorize.
Right, but we talked about it, you know, casually, and casually, there was support for moving with that vendor without a competitive bid.
Well, it's
process.
not our choice, though, I mean, the
No.
chief procurement officer would make that call.
I know, I'm just giving my input, which is to say, I'm not saying it should go out to bid, but you can get a second quote without it going out to bid, just as a sanity check on that first quote, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can get a second quote from someone on the bid list, and if you like them, you can just hire them,
Right.
which is different than going out to bid.
Yeah, I'm not
So
saying
that's where there's a lot of different ways to handle this.
Right. So,
Yeah,
so the reason this is important, because it also extends, for instance, to the page school intercom and telephone system. That at town meeting, people are gonna wanna know how fine a point did you put on this?
I don't think so.
It depends, it does come up, and right now in this room, it's coming up, I can tell you it comes up in this room.
Yeah. but not-
So, all I'm saying is, this, Angus is right, this is what you then go off and discuss. And make sure that you're addressing that in the best fashion, so you can explain why it's okay to only come with an article with one quote. It is to me,
Yeah, so
understandable.
this, so understand on CPC,
yeah,
it's not a quote, that's a budget number,
Yeah,
so,
right,
I mean,
but
Now it
And
has to-
it's a chicken and egg thing with CPC, because the application process requires that you provide a
Yeah.
basis.
An estimate, but not a quote.
You don't have
Right,
to,
right,
yeah, don't,
yeah.
All
I
right, are
understand
we
that.
good?
Yes, we're good.
All right.
Well, I'm not trying to be disruptive. I want to back up on two things.
Okay,
On pickleball, we previously funded, I think, 30,000 for the studies. That money is still generally there, right?
yeah, they're using it for the wetlands.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that is not.
use it for the wetlands.
Yeah, we have to
And-
stay within what that was targeted for, which was.
Yeah, so-
Feasibility study.
Cost 30 grand to look along? Okay.
No,
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 that
no,
was the
we signed an
entire
agreement for about what was about 40, you were out, so it
It's all
was,
the engineering.
it
to
was,
support it.
we got 3 quotes for the wetlands. And we signed a quote for the middle vendor because they could deliver it within 3 weeks of signing a contract. I signed a contract on Monday. And what was the amount? It was like, yeah, you were out, but it was well under $10,000. I think it was under 8,000. I think it might have been 7,000. But we got 3 quotes. We put it out, even though we were not required to. We put it out. We got 3 quotes. That's how we do things. So yeah, that money is under contract for the wetlands, the survey, and a existing conditions plan. We will also need to incur funds to get through site plan review and Concom. That is eligible to pay out of the 30,000, so I did not include that in this
Okay.
now.
I just accounting for it, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, but that's also the interest of time, because that is gonna sunset at the end of June, so that's
No,
part of.
no problem, just checking in. Second question, Break Hill, we took it off.
Yeah,
They would need to go get signatures, get it on a ballot at an annual town meeting, which makes it 2026. At some point, this board's gonna have to address what happens.
Annual town meeting or,
No.
annual ballot, yeah.
yeah, election has to be,
Right.
go to the ballot.
So, no, I'm saying, yeah, I'm misworded, yes, but it won't come until 2026, so we'll have to address
For the next season, yeah.
what
Yeah,
happens.
that's gonna be, we've talked about at staff level, that's gonna be the question that's now before you, is how to handle winter operations for next year.
Oh, we're gonna buy the pickleball people a snow blower, could they go over there first?
All right,
Okay, so.
snow and ice, Article
Snow and
40.
ice?
Unless on the comp plan, did you
Oh,
wanna
sorry,
reconsider that?
That's not,
Yeah, I just put it in, this is, yeah,
That's the last one.
It is, it's on the last one.
oh, okay, I just put it in numerical.
Are you reconsidering it just because the amount changed or?
Well, so when this was voted, it was anticipated that this would be a 10% match for a grant. We've since decided the grant's not the right way to go, because it would run us in time-wise. So the board's discussion was to fund a visioning process locally, and then to pursue that grant in a future grant round. So if we want to do that, the 17.5 is gonna need to,
so you said 40 to 45.
that would be my recommendation.
All right, so you don't want to say 45? Or do you want to say 40?
I feel like you're an auctioneer or something.
40 to 50?
I got 45, 45, 45.
Right, what do you think?
I'd go 45.
Yeah, okay. All right, is there a motion?
Yes.
Second, any further discussion, in select board? Chris, don't make those faces, if you have something to say, say it.
It's just a little fast, but go ahead.
All in favor? Aye.
Right,
Okay,
sorry. What's going on?
all right, FinCom.
Is everyone clear on what's?
No,
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 no.
I don't use 100%. I mean, I'm looking at something that says 17.5,
Right.
and what are we doing?
No, I shaded it because the number, I knew the number was gonna change, so. Do you wanna recap or I could?
Yeah, so that number was intended to be 10% of the entire
Yes.
comprehensive plan. So because the grant funding won't work, it has to be spent
Yes.
quickly, so we're doing it in two phases now. The first phase, we intend to pay for entirely.
Right. And what amount is that?
40 to 45, we said 45.
So that's basically a visioning process as a precursor to the comprehensive plan, which
This is
many
based on,
towns.
And you're-
yeah, the town planner looked and saw what other people pay versus. the process.
Provision
Yeah.
45.
Well, this
It's
is the
probably gonna
public-
be, it could be less, but. this-
I would expect it to be less.
Yeah, but
Well, but we looked at
Whatever,
what
yeah,
other
right.
towns have paid, we pulled scopes,
Yeah.
we did all that.
Yeah, yeah,
And
okay, yeah, okay.
some
So
towns paid
45 is on the table.
25, but They're not West Newbury.
So we're actually revoting this whole thing.
That's the request, yeah.
So it's for 45K, basically, ahead of doing additional comprehensive planning work in the future when the timing's right and the grants are right.
Well, the intent would be to follow right on the heels of this with
Okay,
comprehensive.
Yeah, and actually Jim just made an important point, which the board knows, which is that this grant, the one-stop grant, has confirmed to us in writing that if we fund the visioning process, they will count that as our match in a subsequent grant round.
good,
Great,
okay,
great, great, great.
right, and you wrote,
This is all in prior packets, but I
Right.
forget what was to the.
yeah,
FinCom was the
right,
select
right,
board.
no, I think it was
It's all been
included
written
in the packet we're looking at tonight, yeah. So there's a good write-up on it, so do we have a motion?
Yeah, make a motion to fund the comprehensive plan funding
For 45?
visionary study for $45,000.
Second that.
Do we have any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. So who wants to write this? Well, I was already assigned for this, so I'll probably keep this. So my work is not done. And what do you want for 6/26 for a sunset date on this?
I would say 27. I just,
Okay, I think 26 should be fine, but
well, but if MBTA, if we're dealing with that through December.
Just make it 27.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
It's just,
Look, sunset dates, it's nice to have them.
I would say.
They're for Jenny's
27.
convenience. If Jenny says she needs it at 6/26, we would do it. Otherwise, yeah, everything's gonna be 6/27.
Is 27?
I mean,
All right.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's great.
And then funding source on it.
Besides, you guys would always close out something that you knew wasn't gonna happen anyway, so. It's not like you're one of these wayward departments that we have to deal with.
all right, are you updated on all the motions and stuff, or?
Yeah,
You go there,
Yeah.
okay, so we're ready for snow and ice?
Yeah,
What is the new number?
81,937.
wow, I'm so surprised.
Good way
That
or bad
last
way?
storm, huh? We didn't, you know, it was a funny year, I mean, we're running a lot of.
Yeah, you have the details for it, right?
That's why. It's like now consistent, and we used to kind of sign for, now it's consistently.
Well, the snowy ice storms are.
Yes, oh, they're worse,
expensive,
they're worse, yeah. It was, not
that's
getting
what-
snow is a bummer, yeah, right. Snow is better.
So you said Jenny's got the backup. That's like, what does this get used for? Subcontractors or materials or town employees or both?
Subcontractors, a lot of it, materials, salt, sand.
But the overtime for town employees comes out of the DPW budget, not this snow and
No,
ice.
nope, they
Okay,
have 2 overtime, areas that they put on their timesheets.
okay,
So it does.
Regular, snow and ice. it
Okay.
goes from there.
And, we think we're done.
Let's hope. I think so. I'm-
There's no outstanding invoices, we know that.
You missed.
You missed.
No, there was all the time.
Last night, when it's-
Yeah.
I woke up and it was a little dusting.
There was, I had some, yeah. No, if you look out 15 days, I usually, once you get past April 15th, you're good. So anyways, what's next? We voted.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Okay.
Good. Let's go.
The select board
yes.
make a motion to fund the snow and ice deficit for the sum of $81,937.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I make a motion to fund the snow and ice deficit budget of $81,937.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? It's unanimous. Who's gonna write it?
I'll do it.
No sunset on this.
Nope.
All right, next article, unbudgeted personnel costs. Their number in there is 50,000.
So the select board met earlier tonight in executive session, and that's the number that is proposed. And the reasons are outlined in the initial article request. It's a combination of unresolved employment contracts, unresolved union contracts, and basically personnel contingency.
And this is kind of one of the classic uses of free cash.
Yeah.
Or stabilization, whichever. So, you know, have you guys voted this one yet?
No, but we
Publish.
came up, yeah, so do you want to
Make a motion, to fund $50,000 for unbudgeted personnel costs.
All in favor?
Aye.
FinCom, do we
I make a
have
motion to fund unbudgeted personnel costs for $50,000.
Second,
So any further discussion? So this is like creating a reserve fund in a way. For a specific thing. And of course, it will be what it will be in the end. So, you know, you really. I mean, you guys are taking your best shot at what it could be.
Mhm.
Of course, it could always be below that, and there's no harm in setting aside these funds, so. With that in mind, all in favor? Unanimous.
Who was the motion, the second again?
Jim and Dennis.
Thanks.
Jim and Dennis. We try not to change it up too much because we know it's getting late in the day.
Rationale.
Who wants to write this rationale? I can write this rationale.
All right,
Do you sunset it all? You don't?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you?
it should be this year.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Or, I mean, 1 year.
Yeah,
right. I know, yeah,
So 6/26.
26.
right.
All right, ADU bylaw amendments. Are you voting on that, FinCom?
Not the ADU, didn't, right, have these discussions?
Not the ADU.
Right, okay, but I think we discussed not doing this one.
Okay, I just couldn't.
We should, correct, Angus didn't, yeah, okay, Jim's nodding his head, good, thank you, at least one of us has a memory. Thank you.
so there is one more, I know you're getting into MBTA communities as well, but there is one more that was recommended to review, which you had voted back on March 6th, which is the extend sunset dates, because there was the one from the water, which had not been.
Right.
Yeah,
And you finally got that in, from the water,
yeah,
yeah, you got one that they
One.
wanted, right?
Yeah.
Good.
and unbudgeted personnel, we're not.
No,
I thought we were gonna request it and hit.
That's what I'm trying to, I know it was only.
We did,
an hour
we're
and a
gonna
half
extend the
ago, but-
sunset and then, yeah,
Okay.
should I explain, or you can explain?
Okay, so we have an existing balance from the prior unbudgeted personnel costs. That's unspent. When that was put in, part of the reason was the dispatch contract, which had not yet been settled. The dispatch contract has still not been settled. The 50,000 that was just recommended is intended for FY
Yeah,
23.
got it.
The dispatch, we entered mediation today. We are hopeful that it will be resolved by June 30th. in
You
which
just want to
case-
extend the sunset date,
Yeah,
right?
right, yeah,
Yeah.
right, there you go.
So does anybody need a further explanation of that? We're
June
pretty
30th
good
to
over here.
26th. Right,
What?
June 30th to 26th.
Correct, yeah,
right, so we need to vote on it as well.
Yeah, make a motion.
yeah, and then the
Extend
water
sunset.
one as well. Because when you voted it before, neither of those were part of.
We're in there,
And
Right.
what number is the water article?
It's in the. It was in the, yes, in the. So it was this, replace the well. It was scheduled to sunset, or it is scheduled to sunset FY 25, so it was special town meeting last April, Article 2.
And we're getting rid of that other highlighted one.
Yeah, that one's all set, they don't
Right.
need that one extended.
Okay, did you want to include that in your motion?
Sure, extend to, make a motion to extend the sunset dates for the, water article for, new well pump. Or replacement well pump, that Lost County was attractive. Right now.
Replace well.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right, I'll second that.
okay,
Are you good?
yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Chris, sorry, did you want to have discussion?
Yeah, wasn't that the well pump that they came to us looking for ARPA money because they were in such a rush to replace?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Does that change your vote?
No, it just makes it funny.
I think the issue on that, actually, it may be a legitimate reason that it wasn't done. I think I heard it said they were waiting for parts.
I know, but it wasn't as critical as
Right.
was reported at the time. It was imminent, gonna explode.
Yeah.
So what happens to that ARPA money then? Is that already?
No, we never did it.
Yeah,
We
we
didn't
didn't do it.
Took it back, so
Right,
that's why
okay. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Okay, FinCom,
I make a motion to extend the sunset dates on the replacing the water well pump from 6/30/25 to 6/30/26 or.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. 6/30/26.
yeah, and you're writing the rationale, by the way.
Yeah.
All in favor? Or second, do we have a second? Dennis? Huh?
And unbudgeted.
And,
Add on budget personnel costs.
25.
Yeah, right. All inclusive of what we discussed, right? Cool.
Revisionist history.
All in favor? It's unanimous.
Oh, boy.
The party said it was so.
What? Oh, what?
I was running out of steam.
Who's doing the
We got a
rationale?
long way to go.
Well, Jim already had it.
Okay.
We're not gonna change that.
ADU bylaw. Board, what do we, any questions on this?
yeah, I'm gonna recuse myself.
Do you really need to?
Well, considering the way that hearing went, yeah.
Okay.
I'll recuse myself.
I have no questions at all.
Would you like to make a
I'll
motion?
make a motion that we approve the, ADU bylaw as presented in the.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Article 55. MBTA Communities Overlay Zoning District. What do you want to say about this?
Anybody here not familiar with it?
Do you have any,
Motion from us, or?
yeah. we can
There's
make
a lot
a
of
motion.
people online too.
Yeah, then we can discuss it if necessary.
Make a motion to approve the MBTA Communities Overlay Zoning District.
Second.
Okay, discussion. So I mean, I think we've all, not the FinCom, but we've all expressed support for this. However, recent development, I will probably recommend to this board that we make an amendment on the town meeting floor, which is never a good thing for the bylaw, but the planning board voted to remove the waiver or to add a waiver for affordable housing at their meeting this week, which I don't think is a good idea.
But they did that after the public hearing was closed.
Yeah, so there's the logistics question or legality question as well as.
What does that mean when you add a waiver?
So right now, inclusionary housing in West Newbury needs any development over, is it 3 units? You have to have 10% be affordable. And so it was assumed that the MBTA bylaw would have the same. But planning board voted to add a waiver that if the developer could prove it wasn't financially feasible. And I have a couple of concerns. One is that I don't think a developer should be treated any differently than every other developer in town has been.
I agree with that, that's fine.
Yeah, but the other thing is how do you prove it's not economically feasible? The developer can always change the model or, you know,
You probably a little more.
yeah, so. I think it's problematic.
I don't think it should be. I mean, if the intention is to have it at the 10, it should be.
Right,
And again, you've got a,
but that's the bylaw that's gonna be on town meeting floor now, so,
what is it?
yes.
No, they voted this after their hearing, that's problematic in
Oh, sorry.
itself.
It is
All right, so we
problematic.
have to look into
And
that.
always, they may be forced to go with it before they made that change.
In which case, that would not be waived.
Right,
Right.
yeah. So discretion being the better part of valor, perhaps. Well, good luck with that. We're gonna act like the right thing will be presented on town meeting floor when we discuss it.
Here's the other problem, any modification is on town meeting floor is gonna confuse an already very contentious issue. Like, I think it
No,
just,
it's a horror, so it's gonna be, yeah, good luck with that.
why did they decide to do that, I guess?
Why?
Yeah.
There was on the basis of one person's input.
Donald Trump was here?
So, are we
I mean,
gonna,
I don't understand.
I don't know if we wanna get into.
yeah, well, let's not get into it right now.
Yeah. So, but the
Well,
current,
voting on it's pretty important.
Well, are you voting
It's
on it?
factual, I mean. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, so the developer made a plea that it would be too difficult for him to, include. move forward with that.
This is not what was presented at the previous hearings. You think they just took a U-turn again?
So. I don't know, I'm a little uncomfortable voting affirmatively for this if we in fact are not in support of it the way it's written. So I don't know if we should defer the vote.
Right, or, you know, what the FinCom did one time was we voted no and told them what we would support. Actually, when we did that, we were correct. But you guys went ahead, not you guys, the town voted the wrong thing, but. What?
It's just wondering when we're non-compliant.
Yeah,
When-
so, yeah, so I can,
Okay.
so the question is when, so right now, the town has interim compliance through December 31st of this calendar year. And if a bylaw is adopted by this calendar year that is compliant, then we will secure permanent, or not permanent, but actual compliance. So when we would become non-compliant would be January 1st of next year. But there's a couple of things to be aware of. One is, the state, separate from this, allowance for waiver of the affordability requirement. There were separate revisions that we received in the last week and a half. Actually, was it early this week? I think it was Monday. Yeah, it's been a long week. From the state, changes they would like to see and they would need to see to the bylaw. That I will say are minor changes. They're not substantive changes, but they're changes the state has now told us in writing they would need to see. To the bylaw as proposed. And even if the bylaw as proposed is approved, we could not expect to get a compliance letter. We would get what they refer to as a conditional compliance letter. Meaning a subsequent vote of town meeting would be needed to make these housekeeping revisions. No, this is so messy. So housekeeping revisions. So we had recommended, the town planner and I Monday had recommended the planning board for their meeting the following night, this past Tuesday, that they build these changes into the bylaw, but told them they couldn't do it for the booklet because they'd already closed their public hearing. These would need to be taken up on the floor of town meeting. They decided on Tuesday night they did not want to do that for the reasons you're saying, because putting things on the floor of town meeting is messy and they didn't want to do it. So I'm concerned about that because if the bylaw passes, we're gonna need to be bringing it back.
Right. Right.
So my feeling is as messy as it is, you know, it might be better to just put the bylaw on the floor with the amendments to make it compliant. That way, at least if it passes, it.
And by the way, when you say that, do you mean also revert back to where there's no allowance for a waiver?
That's a totally different thing. The state doesn't.
No, I know that, but if you're gonna, if you're gonna.
Yeah, if you're gonna
getting
do a
into it,
package of amendments.
Just so you
Right.
know, when I say vote against, I meant not vote against ABU,
Right.
but vote against something.
MBTA.
Excuse me, MBTA. I meant that there is a thing that we should end up with a final product. And it may not be what the planning board is putting before you, that's all I'm saying. It's related a little bit to what Angus just said. And it goes back to this waiver as well. So all I was trying to imply is that you might take a decision that explains right now what it should look like, not necessarily what you've been presented with. That's all I was getting.
Well, the question is, what exactly are we voting on?
Yeah,
Is
Right.
it the document that's here that doesn't talk about the affordable component? I mean, that's,
It's very messy.
well, like I said, when you mentioned, that's pretty staggering.
Yeah.
You had a public hearing that represented an approach and a development.
Showing a strike through, yeah.
In some ways, you should be voting against what the public hearing was presented. You should vote, for that. That's all I was getting.
Well, that's what's in the packet. We don't have,
Yeah,
I don't have the knowledge until you just said it.
Well, the
Well, I sent an
original one-
email around yesterday,
and the original.
but that was after I received, I put together the packet Tuesday with the bylaw. And then on Wednesday, the planner sent me a new bylaw and I said, I just sent out the packet last night, is this different? And she said, yes, this changed, and of course, I was at the meeting Tuesday, so I knew, but I didn't. So
So it's a
I,
monumental change.
it's a big change.
But vote on the thing that went through the public hearing.
But I am hesitant to vote no on this because.
No, well, you're not,
Yeah,
you're voting,
I can
are
see
you
what
voting
his point,
no?
though. I can see-
You're voting yes
What are you
for the
voting
thing that was.
Yeah, we're not voting for the modifications they made at the planning board,
Right.
we're voting for the.
Yeah, you're voting
Okay.
yes for
Okay.
what they went through the public
But aren't they
hearing
having
process.
another hearing on April?
Angus,
That's not a hearing, that's an implementation.
Angus, isn't
Does
that
it make
a
sense to
thing
push this
to
to the
do?
following?
No, it's,
No, we gotta deal with this, we gotta
Because
deal with this.
if we don't pass it by December, then we're out of
Yeah,
compliance and
right.
there's financial.
And
It's
then-
just gonna have to get voted again though, after you. put it-
That's my concern, yeah.
Yeah,
It would
Yeah,
get voted again at the fall, would get to clean up with the housekeeping.
yeah, the housekeeping
Right.
from the state is not gonna be the issue, but,
Well, I don't know.
well,
You know,
no, what I mean is, if we did it two-state, the thing to sort
Yeah,
out
do it
is
two
the waiver.
steps.
Yeah, the thing to sort out is the waiver.
Mhm.
If. All I'm saying, and I look to you guys more for some guidance and experience on this, is they had a public hearing. You support what the public hearing heard, that's what should be in front of you right now. Anything that happened after the public hearing. We're not conducting ourselves in that manner, we can't, I don't
That's
know
exactly
if
what
we
I'm saying,
can.
'cause that-
I don't know we can.
But they are separate boards, right?
Well, no, but Rob's right procedurally, because
Yeah.
it's every zoning amendment has to be submitted to the Attorney General. And when you submit it, Jim's office has to submit a detailed form that has to show the legal ad, what date did it appear? What bylaw was before the public when it was advertised? What bylaw was before the public at the hearing?
Exactly.
And this change was
They're
made
separate
after the
board,
hearing
they're
closed.
not
So
allowed to
I-
do the wrong thing.
I can reach out to the Attorney General's office, the municipal law unit.
Right.
And ask them this question, but I know,
Mhm.
because was a town planner for 15 years, I know this is a procedural problem.
Yes,
You
yes.
cannot make a
But
change.
you
after the
can
hearing.
vote on what.
Right, so I'm gonna clarify my motion, I wanna modify my own motion, that's how it's done.
Yeah.
And what we're voting on is the document that was presented at the public hearing.
And which is included in your packet tonight.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
discussion.
Discussion, so as far as the other relatively insubstantial. Changes, the density definition, or what's less consequential is,
Yeah.
the density definition, I don't recall if there's anything else, but
Just minor.
yeah, so.
Right.
But as far as those are concerned. How, I quite honestly, I guess I got a little confused because we got dueling issues.
Mhm.
What were you suggesting we should do about those?
I had suggested to the planning board that those be made as amendments on the floor of town meeting.
Yeah,
But they, and they didn't want to do that. And one of the points they made, which I will totally agree with, is that even if they do that, there could be other changes on the back end,
Right.
because if the bylaw is approved, it's then submitted to HLC and the AG.
Right.
HLC, Housing and Livable
haven't
Communities,
they already reviewed it?
they have reviewed it. Part of my frustration here is with the state.
Right.
Because they will not give you anything in writing before town meeting to say, if you approve this bylaw in this form, you will be compliant. I asked that specific question on a meeting with them Monday. They will not do that. And basically, the two people we spoke with said, well, that's someone else in the organization. They won't do it. So there is the potential, and Ann Bardine made this point. She's totally correct. There could be other housekeeping things.
But the housekeeping things,
Right.
so.
They are
to-
housekeeping.
To your
Yeah.
I think
question,
this issue
get,
of density
get,
is.
get
Yeah.
get the real debate out of the way now and do the housekeeping in the fall.
I'm not
No?
sure I agree.
Well,
I
really?
think we should at least attempt to do what the state has told us we need to do. If they come back again, then we'll go back, but there is a chance they won't come back and we'll be fully
Yeah.
compliant.
One of my concerns about not bringing it to the people
Right now,
as on the floor, as much as that's messy. I know that, how messy that is, but if we don't do that and we know we're gonna have to come back in the fall, And we haven't been clear with people that, look, you can vote this and all we're gonna get is a conditional compliance. We're still gonna have to come back in the fall. Someone's gonna have to explain that. So I'd say I just to explain it now.
Right.
You didn't have to explain it in the fall.
It can be,
The
it can be
second-
the select board.
Yeah.
Presenting that.
Yeah, it could.
Right, okay,
The second concern I have, which is significant, is that, and I asked the state this question Monday on a meeting. If the zoning is approved, and if subsequent to that, Housing and Livable Communities or HLC finds an issue with it. I said, is the zoning in effect? They said, yes, it's in effect. So the fact is, once the zoning's approved, the next day, it's in effect. You haven't achieved compliance with MBTA, but the zoning's in effect.
Wow.
So, yeah, I know, it's terrible. It's terrible in my opinion. So I feel like if we're putting it to the voters and the intent is to comply, let's do everything we can. And then if they pull the rug out from us afterwards, we can squarely blame the state.
So we would be adding the stuff you were just talking about to what went through the
Yeah.
hearing process.
Yeah.
Okay, fine,
Yeah.
got it.
Does
got
that
it.
make sense?
Yeah, oh yeah, no, it may,
Good with you? All right, I mean, that doesn't need to be part of the motion, but, or does it?
No, I mean, you're meeting again Tuesday, so I don't know if you want to like get into that as a,
That was the other thing.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
well, we should be taking,
Yeah, I think, we didn't talk about this yet, but we're having a meeting on Tuesday,
Yeah.
and I think we should delay our vote until after that meeting, because that's the whole reason for having.
Okay,
it. So,
right,
so let's,
You
can
should-
we table?
you
this
should
motion?
delay.
Tuesday is the presentation, right? Is that the date?
Right, but the premise of that is that we want to be fully informed before we vote.
How would you feel if we voted?
That's fine.
So I would propose that.
Yeah.
For a couple of reasons. So anyways, do you mind if we then,
No.
okay, so can I have a motion on this article?
I make a motion to approve the MBTA Communities Overlay Zoning District as presented during the hearing.
Do we have a second?
I am the parliamentarian, really.
And any more discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Okay. So
The rationale.
rationale, what I would,
Give it to Dan, he's not here.
yeah, I know. So, okay, so I'll take this rationale on.
Recording.
So you wanna postpone the vote?
Yes, if you're okay with that, I think that would be better for.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I also, so when this has to all be done in order to print in the booklet. And, when does it have to all be done by again?
We have to post the warrant.
But warrant's gotta be posted no later than Monday the 14th. And traditionally, the booklet's been ready that day, and I think it will be.
The what?
Booklet's been ready Monday the 14th.
So is there,
14 days ahead. Under the town bylaws, it could be 5 days
Right,
before,
exactly.
town meeting, but it's been customary that the booklet goes out with.
I love custom.
warrant.
It may not happen.
as a help area, type of thing,
Yeah,
um,
it's gonna be.
is it worth reaching out to the planning board to explain the problem as everybody else seems
Definitely.
to agree?
You guys
And say,
definitely.
hey, by the way, we're guessing that most, if not all of you will be at the select board meeting.
They won't,
No, no,
no, they're not,
They're not attending?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We know for a fact some are, and I don't have any reason to expect.
But let's go back to the,
But there's no opportunity, so there's no opportunity for them to withdraw
well,
their removal.
that's their business. The only thing we have the opportunity to vote on is the document that was presented at the public hearing. Even after the next meeting next week, we can't sit there
No, we
and vote
can't.
and endorse these other changes.
Yeah,
Did
I'm
go
not-
through the public
I'm for
hearing?
voting our votes, if you want my opinion.
so,
I'll
so,
respect
so,
if you want to.
so the packet will include what was in the public hearing. What was presented at the public hearing, not the,
is that true?
the variation on it.
The packet that we received, not the packet that's on.
What's in your packet for tonight was what came out of the planning board
Okay.
public hearing,
All right,
right? I sent the email yesterday
With the
with this,
okay.
right?
I believe that's the only document we're allowed to vote on. I mean, anything else is,
I think it's a procedural issue.
Right, right.
Yeah,
I mean, basically, it's not.
I'll vote the same thing at the next meeting. I'll be happy to postpone it for your benefit,
Yeah,
but it
I
doesn't
want to
change.
postpone it because I want to give.
Yeah.
Give the process a chance to work.
Good.
Geez,
Where are we at right now? Do we have anything else? Because I've got one thing before we leave.
I do
We
have,
don't we have other?
well, you do, but in terms of
No, I
FinCom,
thought there was a list,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do have one point, on the right to farm. We did not vote on the citizens petition, and if this whole thing falls through,
Right.
then that will go, so I feel like we should, just in case.
Vote on citizens' position,
What
of
do you
course.
think, Angus?
yeah,
Yeah, because if it goes to the floor. we'll-
yeah, you can
Right.
always try.
Yeah,
Okay. You're gonna do
Yes.
that? and then
I
we'll
do have one other thing, but you can do that for, no, we're not on that.
all right. Why does the board want to vote on the citizens petition?
I don't think I'm gonna support it. I think it's silly to have two
Okay.
competing,
So is it a motion?
bylaws.
Until you make a motion, you vote it down.
Both supported by the select board. Yeah, so I make a motion to support the citizens petition for the, farm bylaw, red farm bylaw.
Right. Are you making me second it?
Yeah, the second motion, the one.
All right, second. All in favor?
No,
All
discussion.
opposed? All right, discussion,
Nay.
discussion?
Yeah, not only is it, we don't agree with it, and because the commercial component,
Mhm.
if the town meeting needs to know, it's had no legal review whatsoever, so you own a grotesquely flawed document if it would ever to pass. So I think that has to be clear.
Well, if we were gonna bring that forward, we would send it through legal review. We would have to before. we-
Right, but if town meeting decides they hate ours and they vote it down, and they decide to vote this, they have to know that this has had no legal review.
Right. I think the chances are there will only be one, just in case everything falls through, so, all right.
And some
And
other
you
chances
can- you
I've been
can-
recently in
Yes,
elections that
yes.
haven't gone the
All
right way.
right. Okay, all in favor, all opposed, nay.
Nay. Sound like horses.
Unanimous.
Is
So
FinCom-
do we have a motion?
Yeah, you decided you wanted to vote on this, right?
Yeah, we were gonna vote on it.
You did, just for the record, you did vote 5-0 in favor of the board sponsored.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Do you also want to vote on the citizen petition one?
The same,
Yeah, just
The same,
because.
okay.
Yeah,
the same rationale, it's like they have to know that there's like.
Okay, all right.
I think, I mean,
If it gets-
do we have a motion so
I
we can
make a
discuss?
motion, to support the citizens petition for the right to farm bylaw.
Second.
So, anybody have further discussion on this matter? I mean, I think it's been said well by the select board that, you know, if we're endorsing one, it's not really possible to endorse the other. Like Chris just pointed out, the other hasn't even been vetted, for very good reason, so, any regards, any more discussion or should we go? Let's vote, okay? So is there anybody in favor of the citizens position? Hearing none, anybody against? It's unanimous against. Ross, do you want to write a related, you'll do that, okay? And you can work with Chris, because, you know, he's got the passion, you know?
I just stated all I had to say a second ago.
Yeah, right.
It's
So
gone.
Let's go on, passion's gone.
All right, Angus,
I do have some new information as of about 4:20 today.
I don't like the look on your.
It's
face.
good.
Oh, okay.
It's good information. So, OSRP. The state this week posted on their website the new book workbook, but more importantly, you can gain 3 years of additional eligibility on your
Wow.
previously approved plan. Even though they told our conservation agent when we requested this, because the
Yeah.
statute allows for 10 years, they approved it for 7. Was told on the phone this was the most ludicrous, quote, ludicrous question, even though the statute allows for 10. They are now have put a clear path. We could get our 2018 OSRP extended by up to 3 years. My recommendation is we pull this article,
Mhm.
give ourselves time to regroup, rescope.
Awesome.
So it's great news. It's just another example of the state.
Oh, they, aren't they remarkable?
All kinds of issues. So
All right, so we need to vote to remove this.
that would be my recommendation.
Okay, what article is that?
That's Article 28.
Make a motion to remove Article 28 from the warrant.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's excellent news.
It's excellent. There's.
One.
Feel bad for the guy who's a ludicrous idea.
Was it Melissa?
Egg on his face.
Let's put their name out there. Who was it?
All right.
Oh,
Do you-
No, it's off the warrant, so you actually don't need to.
All right. Did you have anything else, Rob?
I have one item, it goes to something we discussed a little bit earlier. And I am comfortable with what we're doing and how we proceed when we go and we have a thing we want to accomplish. This is relates to Page School, the intercom system and the business phone system, which includes 911. So, you know, all this stuff in my mind is well in hand. Yeah, we went off and we've got an estimate or a quote from a vendor who's also a vendor that has worked with the schools. Again, it goes to the purchasing stuff you were discussing earlier, but I just wanted to make sure we discuss that if I have a member who thought he maybe didn't want to support this, and I wanted to just take up the vote again if we could. And anybody could re-vote if they wanted to re-vote, and I would keep my vote the same, which is in support, but, you know, so.
I'm not sure what you're.
So this is on the Page telecom. So I think, Rob, you and I had talked about perhaps adding an amount to this. With the explicit intent that would be used to
Absolutely.
engage a third party to scope it out. If they validate.
To review.
Yeah.
And then scope it out and.
Yeah, if
maybe-
they validate what's been provided by the pre-qualified vendor, we could go forward. If they didn't, we could then have it spec'd out and put out to bid. But to add some amount.
Right.
For those soft costs on the front end, which I would be totally favorable to.
And so how does the grant impact that?
Well, so the grant, I don't think it would, although I didn't actually have time to look at whether it specifies the scope we submitted or it's simply the project. And I'm sure you did.
I did.
Yeah, we just got the grant.
Add money and then reduce it.
Was everybody else
Yeah.
aware that there was a grant?
Yeah, I sent it around, like, we got 72,000, which, by the way, if anyone noticed in the letter, it's explicit on MBTA communities.
Yeah.
Of having compliance for this grant, so
Interesting.
explicit.
Yeah.
And I'm told that more and more of the state grants are actually putting it into the grant, into the contract. To where if you fall out of compliance, you can be required to repay.
They can
So
collect.
I'm gonna recommend we appropriate, or we request town meeting to appropriate the full amount. Even though we are expecting 70,000, just in the
Just
event
in
we
case.
fall out of
That's
compliance next January, we will have the funding already appropriated to repay the grant.
So,
So the reward of supporting MBTA communities by law at the town meeting is $72,000.
well, that's
At least.
at a minimum.
That's-
This is just the start, they're throwing down, Rick, they're
yeah.
throwing down.
Yeah.
So would you make it 126, 792 plus 15 or 1250?
I was thinking 10 to 15, but I have
10 or
no,
15,
I have no idea. I think the initial assessment would probably be not a lot, maybe
Right.
a couple of thousand. But if someone comes in, assesses it, says these guys are selling you a bill of goods and you don't all need all this and we need them to then prepare specs. That could be 8 or 10,000 of effort to put together a bid package for this project. So I think 12 to 15 would be comfortable.
how about 12,000 as an additional to this so that we can, but we should be thinking about pulling in, starting to find people to pull in on certain purchases we make there.
Unfortunately, this is only the thing we have to do every couple of decades, so.
No, well, but there'll be others. I mean, you know, we've had other stuff come up that probably could be, would helpful to find someone that can pitch in. You know, just to, review the scope, for instance. We've done that with other things too, I'm sure.
Well, the phone system could have been, the phone
Yeah.
system that's
Yeah.
going here
That
could have been
Right.
scoped.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I would ask you to consider changing that by the 12,500 that Angus is talking about.
All right. So we need to revote.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
All right. Rick, you have for.
Yeah, so what will the new number be?
139, 292.
Right, so I move that we support increasing the capital expenditure article for the page, E 911 and paging system to 139, 292.
All right, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Or did you want discussion? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll vote, go ahead.
What would you want to say?
I think we need to do more of the engineering up front. Library,
Yeah.
all these different projects have been biting us, and probably some of the ones that we did that have already tanked, I won't mention, because people get bitter. If they'd had engineering in advance, it'd be good, so I'm not opposed to the concept. It's just we're kind of throwing out cards for 12-5, you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of squishy, I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Right, but we may not, like Angus says, the
We're,
first
we're
thing.
we're behind the curve on this right now. I would have, when the project came forward, I would have liked to seen
But
a reasonable.
you did a good thing, John, at the library, pursuing it, pursuing someone coming in, so that's all I'm endorsing.
Yeah, I think Chris's point is we need to do that.
Oh, yeah.
I think that should become routine.
Right, exactly,
With-
exactly.
With a quote, even if it's a couple of phone calls and this is what's gonna get you in the range, right now, we're guessing.
Yeah,
That's all it is a
Right,
guess.
so
And we're
that's
all-
why we're gonna have to hire someone. So,
Okay,
are
all
you,
in favor? All
Yeah.
in favor, aye.
do we have a motion?
I make a motion to increase the article number 24 for the PA Telecom 911 system and page to reflect $139,292.
Second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, it occurs to me that the library one, we should also, I mean, the way that's written right now, it's HVAC replacement. I would like to change it to indoor air quality remediation, which could include HVAC, but we don't know at this point. So, and I have no idea what the cost should be. It's 30,000 in there.
What was, it's 30,000 and that was just the HVAC or did that include the,
No.
because you had the proposal?
Yeah, so they came and did the testing, but the point is, we don't know.
You said interior air quality improvement? Or
Indoor, yeah, remediation, I would call it,
air quality remediation?
yeah. And I would take out HVAC.
Yeah,
replacement.
I'm just doing it this way so that. it's-
Okay.
And so the 30,000 is good still?
I have no idea.
No, but I mean, just update me on, you've got someone who's going to do
So
something.
they came in
right.
Wednesday, they did testing, they're gonna take the results back, talk to their engineers and, you know, come up with a proposal, but that probably will not be in time to address
Right.
this number,
Mhm.
so.
Right, so maybe, do we address this in the fall? We might,
We can't wait, I mean,
no, you have to do something, you have to move forward.
Yeah.
So
It
it's
is
a
a health-
30,000.
It is a health issue.
Yeah, no, I get that. So I'm just wondering how you handle the amount that you could request.
I don't know. That amount was to replace one of the units, right? One of the air handling units,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, to replace one of the heat pumps. So, you know, to further complicate, and I don't even know.
No complication
I
allowed.
don't know, even throw this out, but, you know, going back, starting 2 or 3 weeks ago, I called B2Q, the associates, the company that did, it's an engineering company, they did the control systems here, they do HVAC stuff as well as other areas, and I had spoken with them about, to get a ballpark of what it would cost to do, an engineering review, you know, sort of a holistic review of the building for envelope and mechanical systems. And they, you know, have to, there's no, like, nothing in writing with a number at this point, but they were going to, Tom, you know, one of the principals of the company was gonna reach out to National Grid to see if they would support through their incentive programs, if they would support replacement of a heat pump. And I don't have a reply yet, other than I got an email today from our guy from National Grid asking me to give him a ring. So he wants to talk about it, so.
But that's a different focus though.
It is, exactly, but it might just, all I'm saying is that in the end, it could sort of complement what's going on here, it might or might not
Yeah,
complement what's going on here.
yeah,
Of course, I won't be on board at that point where that discussion gets,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I
So
guess my question is, should the 30 be increased because you're doing additional work?
Yeah, I have no idea, that's.
I guess this is where the reserve fund could come in,
Yeah.
because there's the current FY 25 reserve funds. And I think by June 30th,
Oh, yeah, we'll
Yeah.
probably know in 2 or 3 weeks, but it just
So,
won't be.
so you can encumber that.
How much do we have still in there?
we haven't.
The
touched
full-
it this
the full
year.
thing.
The full 50, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we did for the assessment, we used it.
Oh, right, yeah,
7,500.
yeah, right, correct.
We did that.
Just last week, and it was just last week.
Yeah, seems like a year ago.
All right, so.
Yeah.
I'll just leave the number.
Okay.
All right, cool, all right. Thank you, guys. Aren't you gonna miss this? Now that we're done, right?
I guess, I'm waiting for you to say we're done.
I hope. can-
Angus has to tell us we're done.
Well, we got.
Yeah, I know, so,
We covered everything.
so
on-
can we dismiss the FinCom? Motion to adjourn. Do I hear anybody?
Motion to
Yeah,
adjourn.
they're here. Yeah.
Do we have a second?
I just wanna, but I wanna do, so are we having a meeting on April 17th? Is that kind of solidified?
You might wanna talk about the April 17th meeting.
So.
FinCom, Casey,
Oh,
Everybody-
yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd ask Jim to reach out. Yeah, so obviously there needs to be the meeting for the motions.
Yeah.
If that date works, we've got Casey's confirmation. Did Tim confirm? No, he did not, but, okay. Yeah, so that, we've got that.
Okay.
I think we were all, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're all pretty good with that date, right?
Let me get this.
I just wanna make sure it's.
Oh, they're on my desk.
Okay.
Angus,
Okay.
we're all good with that date.
Great, excellent.
Thank you, Jim, for,
From last Thursday.
so you'll
Yeah.
get something,
I got it.
both Jims, always.
Yeah.
So you'll get something out to us about the meeting, reminding us what we tried to do there. Great,
Oh,
thank
you
you.
don't need to.
Are we good? Did we adjourn? Did we vote? Good, okay.
Okay, so, and just to be clear for those,
Motion
that's the
to adjourn.
finance committee adjourning, it is not the select board, the select board is remaining in session.
Motion.
That's what we'll be doing on the 17th.
Yes, right. Well, right, but that, it usually morphs into other, you know. It's like- The way you say it sounds so simple. Thank you very much, guys.
Rick, you negative. I know, I gotta get back. It's just like, we were saying, you know, it's so easy to swipe, tap, and your credit card and swipe. There's so many things to buy there.
I just love, you know, things, buildings,
And it's so walkable, everything's just amazing.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Take care. See you guys next. Yeah.
Any second?
Yeah.
Just vote.
Let's see. What I'm handing around now is the draft Schedule B.
So I'll shut the door.
No, open section, yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's something I don't know.
We made it to talk to you.
There you go. This is the schedule. The schedule had been emailed around, earlier in the week. Yeah. But I thought, since, there's a lot to this, I thought you would benefit from having hard copies.
Well, I mean, we still have.
Oh. Right,
Yeah, I mean, we can keep,
yeah. Right.
there's just one person.
Let's deal with it.
Oh, the break, should we mention break hill? I assume JLS is Jen.
Yeah, so, if that's you, Jen, we voted to remove the, article, the Break Hill article from the warrant. If you're sticking around for that, if not, you're welcome to stay.
Was there a different topic than the?
Yeah, planning for the meeting next week.
Yes, yeah. Right.
So, I mean, I'm working on, I have an outline, I have, slides. In draft form, I think it probably makes sense to, if Angus emails them to you. On Friday, we'd be able to look at them over the weekend and finalize. I mean, I'll just give you I want to talk first about the select board role versus the planning board role to make it clear, why we're having this. And in general, about MBTA zoning requirements, I heard a lot of misinformation and the questions are common, but just want to, very high level, not like really dense slides. Review the process of how we got to this site, like what things rule properties out and how we ended up with just a few. And then talk specifically about the Knapp property and what the situation is there based on my conversation with Mr. Sarkis. And then allow him to present both what he plans with the overlay district and then the 3 other options of how he would develop it if the district did not have the bylaw would not pass. And then I think we would have a discussion and ask questions of Mr. Sarkis, and then we could open it up to the butters. That's kind of my general thought, if you have any input on that. If not, I'll just go ahead and make slides work, based on that.
The town's very,
Okay.
the town's very logical.
All right. And I really want to focus on the development of this property versus the zoning and stuff, because that's the planning board's thing. And I don't want to get bogged down in that. That sound all right, Chris?
Yeah, I think from our previous conversation a few minutes ago, it makes things very messy. The affordable, I mean, I don't know how that,
Yeah, I don't want, that's not a topic for this meeting. I think we should just focus
well, it
on.
will be if he's talking about the different build out scenarios and the abutters asked about affordable previously, and, that's a.
Well, and also if you're gonna, vote Tuesday, your position on the proposed article, that will, but that could be after 6 to 8. I mean, people can stick around, but
Yeah.
I don't want that to distract from the 2 hours.
It'd be disingenuous not to engage in that conversation before you vote it, I think.
Yeah, I think we would vote similar to the way the FinCom did, right? Vote on the bylaw that was presented.
Probably, but I don't want the abutters to sit there and not know that the planning board has gone down that path.
Okay.
Because they were asking, and so is Facebook, by the way, talks about the affordable component, and they think there should be more, so to have none would be devastating.
Okay, so I'll work that into one of the slides, just to say that that's happened and.
Yeah, I think it needs to be
Okay,
mentioned, so.
all right.
Yeah.
If you think of anything else that should be covered, just let Angus know. Sure, please. Okay. And I don't know if you saw from the letter, I think it's better if we don't have a hybrid option and just record the meeting. If people.
I think that'll be so much better, that was
Okay.
good.
All right. All right, moving on, we're on item E. No,
EB.
E. Okay. Let me just pull out one. Right, so how do you want to do this? Christine, did you want to make a presentation or are we just?
Yeah, I'll start a little bit and then Christine can help fill in the details. So what's before you is a request for authorization to submit MVP action grant for the River Road area. As you know, the grant deadline is 2 o'clock. It's or tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So the board's been so there's a number of ingredients to the grant. There's the scope that's been in circulation for, a number of weeks. It's always a moving, or not a moving target so much as a continuing work product. No, I haven't, I'm not yet, because I'm not yet on that. Thank you, though. The scope, the schedule, which was sent around earlier this week, and then the Schedule B, which is basically a Excel-based representation of the scope and budget. And so this is something that you have hard copies in front of you, and I'll put up as a screen share. But this has been informed and is continuing to be informed by input that we've been receiving from a number of qualified vendors. We have reached out to people not in a procurement sense, but in a sense of, hey, we're working on this grant. we're not consultants, you are. Can you help us assign reasonable numbers for budgeting for the grant? And we were thankful for 4 very qualified firms took the time to review our scope. Met with Christine and me last week, each for about 40 minutes. And gave us qualitative input on the draft scope as well as in follow-up. Provided us what they would estimate would be budget numbers for what we can include in the scope. So we've been receiving information from several of those as recently as the last day. And so Christine's been kind of furious in a frantically, not an angry way, building in all of this input to put together an overall estimated budget. So I will call on her to kind of dig into that in more detail. But some of in addition to the schedule and the attachment B, there are the grant narratives. I've been working on that, building from work that Climate Change Resiliency Committee members had put together, and really trying to make sure there's internal consistency between all of this, so that the narrative statements of what is going to be done are fully aligned with what's in the actual budget. So this is involving, among other things, making sure it's very clear on certain deliverables, what is going to be a deliverable that the contracted vendor would produce, as opposed to what would be perhaps a work product that is being produced by a volunteer group, and making sure that those are not conflated. Because the consultants need to know what they're being hired for and what their scope is, and what they have ownership of, as opposed to being, review, or vice versa, what the volunteer participants would be kind of inputting and providing input just as anyone else in the public process, as opposed to directing, because we did, it did come through on the calls with the consultants. They want to know, project management and help the scope and budget. So there's been a lot of reconciliation and things that's ongoing, and it's really going to be active right up until midday tomorrow, assuming that the direction is set to submit this. So with all that as kind of background, do you want to help fill in the details?
Sure.
Obviously had a chance to look at the
Yeah,
schedule B.
yeah, I don't know how to even summarize it all, but I'll hit some key points. How about that? And you've seen variations of the outline and the scope. So I think we have our tasks pretty much all set. That was an effort in and of itself, pulling it all together, but also want to add that we have been talking with MVPC, and
I
they,
meant to mention.
Yeah. And they are on board to help us with some specific events. So we got exactly what they're gonna help us with. They even gave us costs. So that's reflected in here. And actually on this other chart that you got earlier, this shows kind of like who is the lead person and who is involved of the kind of our partners, the major partners, and those are color coded, just to make it clear. The public meetings, that's something we're very aware of, because that can take up a lot of time. So the way that we did it, this is broken out into 2 years, by the way. That's a requirement of the program. So the first page is year 1, the second page is year 2. So the public events that will require noticing and advertising and funds for food and all that, we have no more than 3 of those per year. And we're kind of, like early fall, maybe then in the winter, and then at the end of the year, like the big meeting. And then over that summer between, there may be some hands-on workshops that the volunteers are gonna do kind of on site, but we limited it to 3, which I think is gonna be really, really good. What else do we have? So MVPC is working on some of the regional pieces. They're gonna host a couple workshops. A couple of them will be within meetings that they're already having.
And
And,
that's the examples of those are the regular planning group, the DPW stormwater group, the mayor's managers
Right.
group, that they already convened those meetings and they agreed there was a real synergy between what they already do and what we're trying to do. So,
and mostly the consultants are not involved with these public meetings, except maybe like where they're reporting on the project, say at the end of the term and whatnot.
But
So
our, I just started, but just our expectation would be, and what we told them for purposes of getting their cost estimates was our expectation for those public events that would include consultant presentations, they could pretty much just show up and present. Like we wanted to make sure, you know, it was clear the town would be organizing the event, dealing with the logistics, dealing with the marketing, because we would want those billable hours to be toward the high value things the consultants can do and not burning a bunch of billable time in like logistics or, so they would be involved, but they could just show up and do their thing and not, you know, not burn a lot of billable time on organizing everything.
Yeah, also just in general, the way that I've been coming up with the numbers, and I think Angus and I can sit down tomorrow and kind of finalize these. But there were some consultants that were really low, some were really high, and a couple of them really kind of got it, like, and even with talking with them, you could tell like who kind of got it and was kind of mid-level. So I started with that mid-level and then have been adjusting, you know, either way. But you can see kind of like, oh, maybe we don't even need this task because they didn't put much money in there, et cetera. And then we'll be adding in expenses and that kind of thing. So the biggest ticket item, and this has always been the big topic of discussion, is the survey. And there have been some very big numbers that came from the consultants. And the one that I have in here was from a consultant that we talked with. And they even kind of gave us a little more information about maybe you don't do a field survey, but you can do the drone and you can get pretty good topographic information that way. But what they also brought up, and I have an email today kind of confirming it, is that apparently there's no, what's the word?
Layout.
There's no layout for this road. So to get the right of way line,
You could spend 6 figures just on that,
yeah,
which is not what's in this scope.
but that's why some of these numbers are so high. So it's, I think what we're gonna do in the scope, we'll come up with our overall cost, and then we're gonna have to just set a number for survey, and then just get as much as we can, working with whoever we hire.
Which is gonna have everything to do with honing in on those focus areas that are gonna need survey in anticipation of future permitting, as opposed to just, because you don't need survey for conceptual planning. You would, but you certainly would need it when it comes time to actually needing to, you know, do permitting.
To a certain extent, well, this is the thing with this project, is like, even a foot or two matters on what might be feasible and what's not feasible, so. It's constant discussions of, you know, do we need these lines to be exact, and. Yeah, so it's potentially a lot there, but that's what makes this project, this road so challenging. It's not one side, it's 2.5 miles long of an area that is directly adjacent to the river, so. You know,
And without a clear recorded plan of what the.
yeah, it's,
What the right of way is.
so in my opinion, getting as much existing information on the ground verified as you can, it would be a huge win, so. But we're looking around the 100 to 250,000 range. That's a big range, I know, but
For survey,
for survey,
Yeah.
yeah.
with a total bottom line, and just especially for those who are remote, who don't have this in front of them. The total bottom line is showing up at 635, 200. And one of the questions we wanted to be explicit about tonight with the board is if, you know, assuming, you know, we go forward. One of the things we talked about is, do we offer the match? You are not required as a small town to offer a match. My recommendation is that we offer a match. We have $60,000 appropriated. That was what it was appropriated for by town meeting. I think it would do a number of things. They have said very clearly that that would not be taken into account in our competitiveness. They have said that. I hear that. I don't know if I totally believe it. But even if it's not, let's say that's correct. I think it shows a certain level of commitment and forethought. And it shows that this is something the town's been actively working on for months leading up to the fall town meeting. So I think it demonstrates a level of seriousness, which certainly Michelle Rowden knows. But for those who are reviewing the grant, I think when they see 60,000 match compared to 0, it just speaks to a level of seriousness that I think would not hurt. I'll put it that way. But even if you leave all that aside, it would buy 60,000 more of services. So my recommendation would be if we go forward with this, that we offer the match.
We already voted the funds, correct?
Correct.
I thought
Well, at that time, it was required. It was since that time, they changed the program that for whatever category, the small rural and small towns, there's no longer a required 10% match.
again, I think the perception is a good thing to go with.
And I think that when voters approved that money, it wasn't just to leverage a grant. It was, I would take it as a expression of voters' concern about the situation and putting their resources toward it. So to not use those resources to the best possible outcome, I think we ought to use the match. But that's something we wanted to be very specific with the board as a question before you. Not just do we apply, do we not? If we apply, do we you know,
100% on board with
yeah,
that.
I think so, yeah.
So I'm not gonna walk through the rest of this, but happy to take any questions. In general, the consultants thought we were on the right track.
Yeah, we got a lot of really good, they
Yeah.
thought the scope was very thoughtful, they could, you know, they, of course, I mean, they all.
Yeah,
are.
sure, they want to-
They were all pretty nice to us, but it did seem authentic that they thought that it was really well put together and,
And as far as the scope goes, I have a few more tweaks to make before 2 o'clock tomorrow. Just to simplify some of the language or keep it more open-ended, that things may include this, may include that. And I suspect that if we do get the grant, the MVP program will further negotiate with us, you know, they say we like this piece, but we think it should be this. So,
And that's what happened with the
last time, right, and they could provide, you know, after seeing all this, they can maybe provide some guidance and like, we really want you to get all those property lines, you know, we're willing to pay for it. You know, so. I suspect there will be some flexibility if we get the grant.
I don't know if I'd say flexible,
Maybe not
as
flexible.
much as fluidity.
Fluidity, perhaps. I shouldn't say
Right, I mean, they
flexible.
could, you know, we could apply for 635, they could award 300 and say, do the best you can, or they could award 300 and say, we're funding this, this, and this, but not that.
Yeah. And then,
I would just hope they would involve us in those discussions and not just,
Or we could ask for 571, 680, and they say, no, we'll cover 635, 200. Okay.
well, the question is, do you ask for more? I mean,
Right.
we have 60,000
Yeah.
for, for the match. It just so happened that this came to 636 total, so. But I think we're in the ballpark, we just need to finesse some of the numbers.
and I know we've said this before, but I'll say it again, just because it was a topic earlier tonight. We were explicit with everyone we spoke with, if we get this grant, we will put this out for bid. So even though we had discussions and we got some valuable input, if we get the grant, we'll send it out to bid, we'll send it to everyone on our list, we'll send it to GEI as well. I don't know if we do like a formal through central register. I feel like we have a pretty good universe of between the 6 firms we contacted plus GEI, that's 7. I would personally be comfortable sending it to those. And we would have multiple options, I'm sure.
And I think what would happen, and we even saw this on the feedback that we got, is not all those firms have expertise in some of the tasks. So we could send the whole thing out and then people, they could, you know, provide input on whatever test they want, and then that may be how we decide how to put a team together, you know, so.
Yeah, we would typically put language in a bid document like this, you know, where the town reserves the right to award some, all, or none. And so, or to award some to this and some to that. I think we would prefer a team that is an umbrella that's doing the whole thing, but if it ends up being that, you know, there's one firm or team that can do most of it, and someone else who's really good at this, or can do it at a lower price, we haven't ruled out basically project managing that. It would be administratively cleaner to have a consultant do it, but we would want to keep that option open to where maybe there's you know, someone who can, anyhow, you get the point.
Yeah, it seems to be falling all together magically, you know.
Amazing.
But just for context, I mean, you got the latest MVP letter of commitment, I think it was like mid-afternoon.
Yeah, true.
So I mean, it's like, there's been a lot of moving parts and right up until the 11th hour. And I know you and I will both be working late tonight after tonight's meeting, so this is, you know.
So one of the things I'd asked about the last time you came in is the impact on staff time, and that's not in here.
No, it's not. I took out just that cost piece from the, draft, and I also took out the schedule piece from the draft because I didn't want things in two places, because it was that much more work that I had to write things in, so the costs and, the schedule are now in Schedule B. I haven't worked out, staff time, but now I could, because now it's all kind of set in place, so if that's something that would be worthwhile, I could easily do that and just kind of plug it in along with.
I guess I still have serious concerns about the scope. I feel like it's too broad. I mean, I know how much work has gone into this. I feel like the scope is being driven by what the grant wants rather than what we need. And given the number of other projects we have going on in town, I'm afraid if we get this grant, it's gonna push the comprehensive plan aside, and I feel like that's more critical at this point to even know whether this kind of project is something we want to move forward with, you know? I mean, this is not even on the select board's priority list. So. You know, I mean, I don't feel like I can support this grant application, and it pains me to say that because I know how invested the committee is and how much work both you and Angus have put into it, but I'm just really concerned that we're getting in over our heads, especially based on our last experience with this this agency and this grant program. I would rather see us identify problem areas, and even if we have to spend our own money, but just set our own terms and our own schedule, you know, instead of buying into this whole program.
I think we have to look at the road holistically, which is what this does. And because if we lose one piece of the road, we've lost pretty much the entire road, or we've created two dead end roads. Could be one short one effectively 3.5 mile long one, because if we were to lose the road at the farm field, then it's dead end from Coffin Street at Main Street all the way to the other end. And, you know, I think it's wise to take it piecemeal. I think it has to be looked at holistically.
Well, if that's the case, then let's look at that, but you know, all this other stuff seems, you know, I'm sure that this will get the grant, you know, approvers' attention, you know, all the public and regional stuff, that's all great stuff, but it's not necessarily how we would approach it if we were just looking at, you know, the whole road. I just feel like it's gonna be a huge drain. I mean, just doing this grant application has been a huge drain on staff resources. You know. And managing consultants is just as draining. You know, sometimes it's doing it yourself.
Okay, well, I can't comment on managing a consultant for a project like that, because I've never done
Mhm.
it like that, but, you know, I think at the end, we come out with very useful information, looking well into the future. And, you know, I think of, you know, as a select board, one of our most basic functions is to protect the town's infrastructure. And, you know, when you lose infrastructure, the cost to replace it is much higher than typically much higher than having double it up front.
Mhm. Chris, do you have any input?
Yeah, I see both sides of it. I'm not well enough informed to know what's the right position on this. I mean, I think we all are in agreement that River Road is gonna have some significant problems.
Mhm.
The question is, how do you approach it with the solution? And I think I asked at a number of meetings ago, you know, same thing with the grant, are we chasing a number to build a solution around it? I don't know how else you do it, I guess. You do need a baseline. If you don't even know the road properly legally exists, you've gotta start with that. I understand that. And again, so many people put work into it that is well beyond what I understand on this. And we've gotten this far, I don't know what the right answer is, to be honest. Not just with this, but with the whole component of River Road at the end of the day.
Right. I mean, are any of the consultants that you worked with, couldn't we just hire them to do what we want them to do on River Road rather than, you know, work within this big grant structure?
You could, it would be. It would actually follow. What's in there for them. What would be different would be, where you said the public education piece
Mhm.
and things that. The grant wants to see, that,
Yeah.
that's, you know, how they get you on the grants, you need these things, but they want these things and you know. Do what you need to do, but, as far as the tasks for them, there's not much that's different, so the costs. You know, you need your baseline. Survey base plan, you need to evaluate the road. You still need to look at alternatives, I think maybe what's different in here is it's more of a documented process of alternatives. But you still would look at alternatives, and you still probably have a couple meetings, so. I think there's a big upfront cost it's a roadway project, so basically, this is a roadway project and the road needs to be fixed.
Mhm.
And with River Road, you've got the permitting and the stabilization issues. So no matter how you slice it, it's gonna be expensive. And the idea with the grant is at least to get the state to pay for whatever you can get. At the end of the day, this doesn't mean that it has to be all green solutions and, you know, whatever the state wants, because this is just the alternatives analysis. After this, the town can do what they want. They could, you know, the question is gonna be, what are your short-term solutions? Which may be hardscape for some areas. Maybe long-term is something else, but maybe the town would fund the shorter-term solutions. But the problem is, we don't even have that baseline data, and with this, there's some good engineers, just basic civil engineers that do roadway design, drainage, you know, slopes that we could tap into their expertise, and then they would get to know the area, and we could conceivably work with them later if something comes up. I mean, the concern is if something comes up in a year, if you've got survey, you have an engineer on board already, you could come up with a plan and get it permitted much quicker than if we do nothing, so. Yeah, it is a lot, the grant's a lot, we did learn a lot from the last time around and tried to kind of design around that. But, you know, it will take some of my time, but I don't think it's gonna be nearly as crazy as it was the last time around.
To me, a lot of this is like the culverts on Coffin Street. And the requirements to do them, you know, first Butch is looking at this box culvert. And you gotta protect everything and, you know.
Well, first, he was looking at where we ended up, and then.
I know, cause that's where the logic was started. Now, if it were Gary Bill, he would already dug it and been done.
Yeah,
So
Right.
that's the reality, is that we're handicapped by all these regulations at every level anymore.
We are,
And further, to hear that you don't even know where the roadway legally is, that's, you know, a whole nother issue. So you can't even start till you have that. That's the biggest portion of the number.
well, but to be clear, that's. We're not, I don't want anyone to think that we will arrive at that in the scope, because I think what Christine said right early on was that the survey being the biggest number is gonna be kind of, we're gonna get the most we can. Some of the kind of thing that.
She even her up to 250, she said, so.
I know.
But some of the stuff that's gonna involve, you know, for instance, like, title research or, you know, deed research, that's not what an engineer is gonna do.
Yeah.
So,
What's interesting,
I think there's gonna be certain focus areas where we're gonna need that level of information, and we may be supplementing this with town council funds to do that kind of deep dive. But the survey you're talking about isn't necessarily, I mean, it might be,
yeah,
and that was the note, you know, you got from one of the vendors, is
Yeah.
they wanted to clarify, because they've done the research to say, hey, there's no road layout plan.
yeah,
And that in and of itself, I mean, you could spend,
Well, even to survey where it currently exists, then you gotta prove legally that's where it belongs. I mean, that's a whole nother.
well,
So it goes back to the culverts, you know, you start, these solutions are what is required versus where you can end up and versus what you'd really like to do. They're all different levels. And just to see the amount of tasks that need to be done to get where you're going is,
I mean, you know, we talked about a 1-year grant. I don't think we could have fit it all into 1 year, what we wanted to, because we wanted to get as close to design as possible. That was always the goal, was enough with studies and plans, and so we wanted to get as much design as possible. But even just to get to that point, it takes a long
so
time.
that's actually one of the questions I had in looking at this, and this is the first time I'm able to look at the attachment B in any kind of, just because of the week, that I think you all know, okay. I'm seeing toward the end, conceptual engineering plans at 29,000, which is less than 5% of the overall budget. And I feel that that's, and I'm not being critical at all. I'm wondering, is that. And I'm seeing it on the calendar as being toward the, you know, not coming up until the first part of calendar year 2027. And I just wonder, is there a way to, and I know that you need the base data to do the plans, but I think if our objective is really base data, you know, and trying to get toward where we can do some kind of actual plans for permitting for any, because you're gonna need permitting for anything you're gonna do. I wonder, is, you know, is less than 5% of a $635,000 budget, knowing that even after that, you know, we're not even at 25% design, because we don't know what we're designing.
Yeah.
I just wonder, is there a way to bump that, because I know a lot of these things that are in here, because they have to be in here under the grant, is that?
Yeah, yes, but keep in mind where they say conceptual design plans, by that time, if you look at what goes into the cost of an actual plan. You've got
A
your
lot of that's
survey, you
embedded
have to
in
do
those
your
base
drainage
Existing
analysis.
conditions.
You have to do an your assessment of safety of the road and the pavement. So all those pieces are in there. So maybe that's a little misleading.
Yeah,
It's-
I think that is kind of misleading, because there's a huge amount of baseline information that you need before you can do your conceptual engineering.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's really the meat of this particular.
Yeah, it's pretty much just drawing your thing there, but. No, but understood. I mean, and that could start earlier. I mean, that could start all of year two, you know. These ranges can be,
So I do feel like you know, when you think back to July 1st, which was, you know, kind of the day that the focus started on this, because we had closed out the prior grant the day before. So it was immediate. A lot of the energy, not just from, you know, really from the committee members, and also the time that's gone toward this has really been toward the grant. And, you know, I wonder if, you know, is there a way to get toward, like, I guess I wish we could just like, I don't know, have like a design charrette to even just absorb last year's work product and all those maps and that, you know, they were all that, because I just feel like, that's not been fully digested. I'm not suggesting, I mean, I think you know, it's up to me, I'd say we should go forward. I hope that we can try to get to the, you know, narrow down the choices, you know, much sooner in the process, but I know it's really hard. I wouldn't even hazard a guess of the number of hours that have gone toward preparing the application. And if you look back from July 1st to now, and you add up your time, Butch's time, Clay's time, you know, Paul's time, Everett, like, it's hundreds of hours
Yeah.
that have gone toward trying to get a grant. And we haven't applied yet.
The question, Wendy, is if we don't go down this path, what do you do?
My suggestion is move ahead with the comprehensive plan, figure out where this fits, you know, townwide. I mean, this is focused on a very small area of town, 30 residents or something. I mean, so
No, it's
far,
more than that. 30 residents?
30 houses.
Yeah, I think there's more like 40 to 45.
Okay, but, and, you know, out of 1,200 or whatever it is. I just feel like we don't have broad town money unless town meeting approved the, you know, the funding match, but I don't know. If we went to town meeting with a $600,000 project, the River Road, I'm pretty sure they would vote it down, you know. Just in terms of where that fits in priority. So that would be my thought, is is this like our most urgent project? And if so, how to go about it, because grants are really a challenging thing. Yes, there's money, but then you're beholden to them for schedule and scope, and really, sometimes it just, I think it's counterproductive in the long run. So, I mean, I think some of these, like the data collection, you know, the existing road assessment, I mean, some of these are straight engineering that would be worthwhile, but if we have to do all these tasks to get the grant, I mean, I feel like that's a problem.
But Liz is raising her hand.
Liz, go ahead.
Hi, well, Wendy, just following up on what you just said in terms of urgency. I think a lot of the study to date has shown that this is the most critical part of town in terms of urgency, and we know that the impacts are occurring currently. So it's not a question of when this is going to happen to River Road. It's something that's happening right now. I also don't think we really want to pass up on this opportunity to leverage the money that the state is making available to get to alternatives that we might use in the future. It doesn't commit us to going forward and spending that money, but it does give us the ability to do the basic baseline studies, have that information available. That will be a data resource for us going forward. So whatever we do or don't do with the road in the future, we will have that, we will have leveraged the state money to create that database that will be available to us. So I would really urge you to think about what we're passing up on if you vote not to support this. I think this is an opportunity that we really won't get again in terms of having that state money available to us.
So this is not something that will be available next year or the year after?
Well,
We don't-
it will be available most likely. I imagine the program will continue, but that is a good question. I mean, we started our discussion with the MVP program this year, wondering about their funding source and how guaranteed it was for this round. So the response we got was, we're good for this year. So I don't think we know exactly what it will be next year. Also, as more and more towns come around to this program and apply to it, the amount that's going to be available to go around, I think we can predict will be less and less. So that really was one of the reasons we jumped on this as quickly as we did. We had the results from last year's grant. That is the starting point for this year's work. In terms of not losing what that did, that will be the starting point for the consultants to take that information and build upon it in this next round in looking at alternatives. So it does everything we wanted to do in terms of moving systematically towards approaching this problem. And it's going to give us information, even in the short term, if we have some kind of failure of the road, how to address that. So it's really doing the responsible thing in terms of moving forward and getting what information we can. And I think the town vote to support this was related to that. You know, let's move forward. It's not a commitment to the long-term plan necessarily, but we certainly can't develop those long-term plans without this information.
Yeah, the point that Liz made about timing too, and a full year ago, we talked about we should get in, if the town hopes to be able to leverage state funds, we need to get in line early, because there will almost certainly be many communities looking for help addressing climate change related issues and sea level rise. And, or including sea level rise. And if next year or the year after, I have no idea what will be available for funding, but you can be pretty confident that there will be more people looking for it.
Mhm. Angus, is there a way to estimate like staff time involved in managing work like this? I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of.
I mean, I sometimes think back to, my consulting days where I was tracking time very closely and, generally, to manage a significant project, I think the project manager was typically averaging 6 to 8 weeks, hours per week over the life of the project. Some weeks that would, and again, in consulting, I was sometimes managing 12 or 14 projects at once. So it was stretched very thin, but that was the average. And, so some weeks you'd be putting 20 or 25 hours, some weeks you'd be able to get by with less, but on average over time. There was nothing on this scale or anything like it. I mean, I was doing, town center zoning, I mean, nothing. I worked on teams as part of multidisciplinary teams where we were a sub to on big projects like this. So I've never been involved with, the consulting side, but on the town side, I do think that whether we do this or not through the grant, I think, if we do the grant, I assume it's gonna be the majority of Christine's time for the 2 years, I really do. Between the grant and the committee meetings and the, you know, communications. I don't think, you know, so that's a big investment. I think it's an investment that I think, given, you know, what we saw in the first phase and the drone footage and the undercutting that's happening, I feel that we need to do everything we can, but, I think we do need to be clear that it is gonna push aside some other things. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but we should be realistic, because part of why we run ourselves ragged is we try to do everything. And so you take, you know, I was bringing up the Page School study. That there is no question that this has cost that time. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it's just a fact. You know, the Route 113 took a year longer than it would have because of the prior grant. Not a bad thing, we ended a good place, but I just think we need to, when we take on something like this, we do need to moderate our other expectations, because you know, when we do everything, we either have to cut corners, which we will not do, or we work completely unsustainable schedules, which we do and
Yeah.
continue to do. So but it's hard to see the study that was done last time and look at that and come away with anything other than a sense of real urgency. So I think if we're gonna do it, we need to commit to it, and if that means, you know, things like the comp plan are delayed, you should go into it with eyes wide open, because it is, I mean, you know, there's a lot of variables. The MBTA is a huge variable, whether that passes or doesn't pass in April. If we're still dealing with that into the fall, that could gobble up a huge amount of bandwidth.
Don't forget Page School. That's-
I know, I don't forget it.
You know, comp plan can float off as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Page School is gonna be one that's gonna butt heads with this pretty hard.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you, you know, obviously, I mean, we're doing some major construction projects, those take a lot of time that people don't see, but they do. There's some things we're doing on the, you know, financial side with, you know, I mean, there's gonna be, I don't need to remind you of the list, so. I think as long as everyone's clear that doing this is gonna consume a fair amount of bandwidth. Then that's what we'll do. We're gonna follow the board's lead on this, so if it's a priority for the board, we should do it. But if we're gonna do it, and you're not gonna understand that this is going to crowd out some other things that you'd like to do, then I think we need to think real hard about that, because we can't do everything. We've been trying to do everything for a lot of years, and I have to think we've done a pretty darn good job.
Yeah.
You've done an amazing job, but at a certain point, I feel like you're gonna crash and burn. You're going too fast, too hard, you know?
We have been for 7 years. It's very, and most people don't see that, but we have been nonstop.
Yeah.
And there's a time it's gotta, you know,
See, the problem with this is, it is, as Liz said, it's happening.
yeah,
We know, and I started thinking back, and I don't know how long ago Bert was a highway superintendent, but 20 or 25 years ago. And there was state money for a grant to stabilize the river, but they didn't want to do it the way the state told them, so Bert did his own thing and fit, so it was critical back then. Enough that the state was, that's a long time ago.
And we've lost significant riverbanks.
And so we're kicking the can down the road. So at what point? It's gonna have to get addressed at some time. And yes, it's gonna burn a lot of time, push other things out, but when and how does that happen? I guess when you have the opportunity for somebody else to fund most of it, that's a good time.
I mean, I would say, you know, we're at the, hopefully we're inside the 5-yard line. I'd like to think we're at the 2-yard line, given that it's due tomorrow too, but
Yeah, I think you're within the 1 yard line.
I know I personally have many hours of work to do on the narratives before 2 o'clock tomorrow, and that's fine, but that's just how it's gonna go, so, whether we're at the 5-yard line or the 2-yard line or the 6-inch line, but we're inside the 5-yard line. If we, you know, make that final push in the next, you know, 14 hours and get this in, we could not accept the grant. I mean, that would be a little absurd. But,
What
you
would
know.
we gain from that?
I guess buying time to more fully assess if you want to do it the grant way or you want to do some different path of carving out, for instance, the things, the base existing conditions, the conceptual planning, the kind of taking the prior work and doing like a facilitated charrette, not like a series of meetings over the course of 24 months, like a charrette where you're getting everyone together for a day, similar to what they did back with the MVP
Right.
visioning back in 2019, back in January of 2019. Like an all day where you're getting all your key department heads, you're getting residents, you're getting elected officials, all in one room for a facilitated, like true charrette. People, you throw that word around, but most people don't know what it
Yeah.
means.
Nobody throws that.
A lot of people- But it's a thing, it's a real thing, and it's a way to basically condense the decision-making process that normally takes place over 12 to 18 months into like typically really 2 to 3 days. It's not one day.
Can I
But
counter
that's-
that though?
What?
Can I counter that a little bit?
Wait, let me just finish my point. So I do think there is stuff in the prior report that has not been fully absorbed by this community, whether that's the residents or the elected officials or the staff, departments, like there's a lot in there. And those reports were coming at us so fast and furious that, you know, like I do think there could be value of getting, so there'd be a way to do it. It's gonna cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you could apply for the grant. And then if there's some other way to get to where we're going that's more efficient, it's gonna cost the town more money. It's gonna cost the town at least as much time, if not more. Cause we wouldn't, so, but I do feel like we're so close. I think the grant is ours to lose. I mean, Michelle Rowden's been really clear on that. I mean, not in so many words, cause she can't, but she's been, you know, they support the project. I think they were very pleased with the work that was done the prior round. We got the Mass DER grant on River Road, so there's a higher profile. So I would say, I totally agree with what Liz said about, and Rick, that there are gonna be more communities every year going after the same pot of money. So I do think, you know, it's probably a better opportunity now than it would be in 1 year or two.
What are the town resources? We're gonna have Christine, probably Butch, probably
Butch is gonna
Clay.
be heavily involved, Clay is gonna be heavily involved.
So there's a significant
Yeah.
cost there, both in dollars and in lost opportunities
Yeah.
on other projects, and that's a concern, and not to have hours associated with this. Kind of difficult to make the right judgment on it.
It's almost like we need to hire somebody just to run this project, you know, and so that our other staff could continue to do their regular functions that we hired them to do, you know? I mean, to have you say that Christine will be solely focused on this.
She doesn't think that, she does not think that.
Well, I mean, I used to design roads and stormwater, so
Yeah.
it's, you know, I understand what they're doing, so I can speak the language with them. I think what would help would be kind of like internal processes of how things go, just so it's as efficient as possible in-house. But I don't know, maybe I'm cautiously optimistic that this time around we would, because I got to like work on a scope. It wasn't a scope written by somebody else.
Liz has her hand up.
Go ahead, Liz.
I just want to add one more thing that this grant scope does is it gives us the framework to engage with the regulators on permitting alternatives. So they understand that this is an MVP grant funded project and built into it is the ability to explore with them, could this be done? Could that be done? What permitting hurdles would there be? So it has other benefits to it just because it is a state grant. I know they ask for other activities. A lot of those are going to be done by volunteers. And I'm not downplaying the town resources, but a lot of the what would seem like what the town wouldn't do otherwise, those things are going to be covered by volunteers and MVPC. So there are other things, other benefits to having this done as state grant work that it will bring to looking at the alternatives.
So we're tied into these tasks?
Not this version necessarily, what will likely happen, which is what happened last time, even though they cut a year off of our last one. But they came back and we reworked the tasks and the money, and then that became the contract. So you're not locked into anything until you kind of negotiate with them and then sign the contract. And then the scope of work is not even part of the contract. The contract is this one spreadsheet. So what they do is they look, did you do this? What were your deliverables? Check, check, check. And that's how you get reimbursed. So there is flexibility within these. It's just unknown to what degree might they change it when they come back.
But I guess what I was asking is, these tasks that you've listed, are these your ideas or are they what's required by the state? You had said it's
There's
mandated.
the one, some were required, like the project management, the case study and the progress report. They mandate public engagement. The level of what you do, I think is up to us. We tried to keep it manageable, at least for the general community engagement one, and then the regional collaborative is mostly MVPC. And then the engineering pieces, that's just straight, again, roadway design, the steps that you have to take. There are other groups involved, the Living Shoreline Technical Committee, that's a volunteer group. And
But you're still managing volunteers, so, right?
Yes. What I would be managing is the deliverable that comes in. And
Nancy's got her hand
oh,
raised.
yeah, maybe Nancy could elaborate.
Because I don't think you'd be directly managing volunteers there.
No, that's not the right framing of it,
No.
it's,
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to provide some feedback. I mean, I think the living shoreline and the development of a plan list that landowners can plan, and the involvement of the West Newbury, that's all volunteer. And the thought was that I would be the lead working with those groups, and that comes out, go to the committee, and whichever town staff wants to review it for approval. For the living shorelines, what would need kind of review and approval is that the plan is to assess up to 4 locations and pick what's suitable for living shorelines. And the decision of where we focus would come down to the committee and or town staff. So that's where the staff time would come in, is if the town staff don't want to delegate that to the committee, then they would step in and do the review and approval. So but the rest of it is just recommendations to the committee for them to decide so that the volunteers can move forward.
I feel if we don't go forward with this, that we're missing an opportunity that we're not gonna get again. We have a resource, we have an infrastructure, it does, supports maybe 5% of the real estate value in town, and we can't not do something about it.
Mhm.
We can't put our heads in the sand and pretend that it's not gonna get
That's-
worse.
That's not what I'm suggesting, but I just don't know that this is the best solution, you know, given the demands that it's gonna place on our staff resources. I mean, you know.
I do, but I feel pretty strongly that this
Yeah.
is something that we need to address. And, you know, I don't think we can address it piecemeal
Mhm.
and expect long-term a good result.
All right, I mean, there are no other options in this, or, I mean, there's no way to, I mean, it's too late to even modify the scope. I don't know, unless we hire somebody to run this for us, I don't think that we can absorb this extra work. I really don't. We're already drowning. I mean. If we were a city, I could see a city taking on this project, but we have one dedicated staff person and a town manager who is working 60 to 80 hours a week, you know, it's not sustainable.
I do think that one thing that just has to happen if we do this, and really even if we don't, because even if we don't do this, nothing about what you said is. Like, we're still buried without this. They're just, somehow, we've been talking about this 7 years, but somehow there's gotta be a way to manage expectations, whether with the public or some of the committees, because. Everyone expects everything to the nth degree. And we deliver, but people don't see the toll it takes, and they don't see, it's just like, cause the person who cares about, I mean, pickleball, which I think that's great, and I'm excited and stuff. But that's people who, like, they want things now, and like, so we're trying to do everything now. And so, you know, you heard earlier tonight on the bidding, like, yeah, okay, you want us to put it out, okay, we'll do it next year. Like, cause there's not slack in the schedule. So like, if they want it now, we gotta, you know, so it's just, people have to either, we have to either take on less, or if we're gonna do this stuff, it's somehow gotta be communicated through the 32 committees, and you know, some of the couple our time. It's you know, we're pulled in a million directions, we deliver on all of them, but that's, it can't, it's like, and then you have this, I don't know, I just think we have to, I mean, on balance, I would say we should do it. But I think it should recalibrate the board's priorities, because we can't continue to deliver on everything on that list and this, and pretend that.
Was this not even on the priority
It's
list?
not.
Wendy said that earlier, and I was like, wait a minute, that's
Yeah,
not even.
Angus added it in January to the long-term priority. So, I mean, I guess that.
Well, long-term, which was still defined as FY 26 plus. Cause we never changed, I don't think we ever
But
recalibrated,
we
but.
voted on, or we came up with it last July, it wasn't even on our list, and
Yeah,
so to talk
cause
about.
the dust hadn't even settled from the.
I know, but
Yeah.
that was supposed to be the way that we controlled people's expectations.
Yeah.
And managed our workload, and all this time has been put into this, you know.
What other projects is this gonna push off the table too? That's, I mean, it could be a half dozen smaller ones that then you say everybody's having these expectations.
Well, I mean, and like Whittier is a great example. You and I are putting in tons of time toward Whittier, not because we asked to do it, but because. Of something totally beyond our control, but you know, Whittier is gonna be, you know, that's gonna be something, the planning for Page School and what may come next is about as huge as it gets. Obviously, I mean, there's a whole host of issues, but it's. I actually left my list in my office, or I'd be.
My question is, do we need to vote this tonight, or can we have a little more time to think on it?
Well, no, it's due tomorrow too.
Well, I
Yeah.
think that's another problem, but, you know, to just see this right at the meeting, I mean, I know how. To the wall you guys both are, but it's just really difficult to process.
Well, the scope, that's why I prefaced by saying this is basically the scope in a tabular format. So it's like, but the numbers are things we've just been getting in the last couple of days. because we couldn't initiate the meetings with the qualified vendors until we had a scope that we were ready to send out. And, you know, it all comes down to the state. We all thought this was gonna be late April, and when I say that, it makes it seem like we were dragging our feet. We weren't, like, we've been working
Like, no,
like
you've been
Yeah.
going full tilt
since
for a long
twenty
time.
eighteen.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, really, so.
But I mean, just on this project.
Oh, I know, but
As
it's,
fast as
but
we could.
when the state announced it was April 4th instead of 14th, that was an enormous blow.
That was, yeah, cause that was our buffer to like talk with consultants and get info, so.
Yeah,
And that's why that info wasn't available until 2 days ago.
Yeah.
well, some of it coming in today, coming in the afternoon today. I mean, the MVPC numbers and some of the other consultant numbers, there was active back and forth today, yesterday, the day before. I mean, it's been an absolute push, that really Christine has done far and away the most. I have not, you know, done a fraction of what she's done on this, that's for darn sure.
All right, any further discussion?
I don't think so.
So,
I'll make a motion to proceed with the application for the grant tomorrow,
And with the match,
with a match.
yeah.
any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All in favor?
Okay. Oh, I'm opposed. Okay. Thank you, Christine.
All right, I would suggest after town meeting, we need to have, you know, we'll have a goals meeting and put everything on the table and.
Doesn't mean anything now.
It's, well, we just need to recalibrate, you know, and if we get this, it'll go one way, and if we don't, it'll go a different way. And if we don't, it will still implicate a lot of time, as it should, because it's a, you know, it's an urgent situation, so it's whether it's the grant or whether it's.
I also think
Otherwise.
we've made some good relationships with the consultants and that can only be helpful. You know, we've learned a lot and what can and can't be done. It's been worthwhile.
Thanks a lot, Christine, and thanks for hanging out.
No
I
problem.
know you weren't just hanging out, I know you.
Yeah,
All right,
All right.
we have
all right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
correspondence from KP Law regarding. Oh, this is just about.
Yeah, that's just a remote meeting.
Okay.
It's just information.
Well, it's a general, it was a discussion item, right?
For the KP thing,
Oh, I
there is
think it
more
was-
curiosity there, though.
Oh, I know why, to try to keep it to one page, Rebecca got rid of the correspondence stuff.
She deserved it.
So she just threw it in at the, yeah. Yeah,
KP thing is curious because not only does it talk about remote meetings, but it talks about you can reduce the quorum.
Yeah,
So that was in the original bill.
Yeah, but that could become useful at some point.
Especially if we had a small attendance of a special comment.
all right, motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.